All right, we are live. Wendy should be joining us right at 1:30. She had another meeting, so we'll just stick to that time frame. Give her a couple more minutes to hop over.
Hey Charles, is the site open to the public? Like, can you go there now?
Yeah, you can. It was closed for a while during the pandemic, but we actually did take a field trip out there. I think in October, perhaps just a long day out there. They have a lot of botanical gardens and other quote unquote natural environments and landscapes, and they have a huge nursery as well. So they're actually supplying trees for coastal erosion projects, for like a variety of different initiatives. Unfortunately, though, the shaft is off limits.
Yeah, it's probably pretty dangerous. Is the Jefferson House associated with those nurseries and stuff like that, or what is that program?
So the Jefferson House, I would say probably as a whole, pretty tangential to where a lot of us were, but I think that was really the first establishment, the individual who purchased the island and began all these extractive processes of resources, built that, I think. So that was really just the first structure. I think it's now kind of like I think you can tour it. I don't know if we had time to do that. So I think it's may have find its way into some projects. It's kind of like an axial relationship. I think it's kind of an important armature that a lot of different circulation paths build off of, and it's at the top of the hill. I think that or very close to the top of the hill. We just got a text from Wendy, so she should be in here momentarily.
Charles, is everyone in the tents right now? Just in different
Excuse the word.
cubes, or
These are pavilions, Seth.
Pavilions.
Um,
Sorry, pavilions.
Well, we had another interesting curveball recently. There's been a little bit of an uptick, I think, in COVID cases. So as of last or a couple days ago, I think the provost announced that undergrads had the option to finish off the semester remotely. So some people are here, some
Interesting.
people are
Okay.
probably at home or somewhere else. So it's, just in the theme of adaptation and
Yeah,
flexibility.
all in the
Spread out.
hybrid model. Yeah.
Uh, let's see, Wendy. Hello. Hey, Wendy.
Sorry, I just got off my last Zoom.
No worries at all.
Thank you.
All right. Well, good to see you.
Long time.
Hello.
Good to see
How's it
you.
going?
How
Yeah,
are
you as
things?
well. You as well. Good. Things are well. I'm out in San Francisco these days, so
Oh
it's
my
good.
gosh, that's great.
All over the place, but all good. So
Yeah, we're
Glad
representing both
to,
all the coasts. We got Robert
yeah,
Mosby
that's
on
right.
the
We've
East
got everything
Coast,
covered
Seth on the-
between.
Where are you, Robert? Are you in New York?
Yeah, I'm in New York City. Well,
How's it going?
technically I'm in Brooklyn right now, but yeah,
Hey, that's New York.
yeah,
How's it
good
going?
though. Great, busy. Have a deadline this week, but glad I could make it to the review.
It's very nice of you to take the time, both of you.
Sure
Yeah,
thing.
absolutely. Well, I think we'll go ahead and get started. I did want to thank the critics and just say a couple more words about each. First and foremost, starting with Wendy. I think all of you are very familiar with Wendy. I've had the fortune of knowing her now for about 11 years. And this year I was really reminded of her impact on academia on both ends of the spectrum. And it's really been a pleasure being along for the ride, so to speak, and jumping in on this studio. I really appreciate all the insight that you've been able to share, really at a large scale and a small scale. Mr. Robert Mosby has been practicing in New York for some time now. A relatively recent graduate from Tulane, and I think maybe what's most dear to my heart, stepped off a ledge, I guess, and helped us start up a firm from nothing really here for some time in New Orleans. So we have a lot of really memorable experiences. And Seth Rodewald Bates, who is a neighbor for a couple of years, literally next door to me without me even knowing it for some time. But once we got to know each other, I think we all quickly became friends, and we actually collaborated a lot, professionally and academically. And I believe Seth taught one of the early site seminars back in the day. Isn't that right?
Thanks to Wendy. Yeah, she
That's what I
brought
thought.
me
That's
in
what I thought.
an early iteration. That's been a few years now.
Indeed it has. And I just wanted to share one funny story that I think you all will appreciate. And I think this kind of speaks to the impact that a landscape architect can have on a project that Robert and I were working on in design development. And Seth pulled the old, why don't you just flip the entire project? And that would make everything so much better. And as frustrated as we were, he was completely right. And we wound up doing that for this large project. So I think, happy to have everyone here today from the architecture side and the landscape side, and hopefully that just creates a really a more rich dialogue that I think this project is really deserving of. So just a couple more things in terms of structure today. So everyone should have an initial presentation prepared with an approximate 3-minute duration. I gave everyone the option to prepare a PDF slideshow that they could present before we transition to concept board, or just present directly from concept board. It wasn't a requirement. It was really just an option. So I think we'll probably see a fair share of both of those. So if you're using concept board, I'll just remind you, please try and use try and refer to drawings that you were talking about, because I'll be navigating. And just use your cursor at a smaller scale if you can to try and direct us as well. I have screen sharing turned on for all participants, so just please be mindful not to accidentally hit it. I think we made the screen share a good bit. And given that we have 12 projects to discuss together and setting a timer for 15 minutes, and I'll take the responsibility of ensuring that we conclude each discussion close to that limit. We'll likely run a little bit past the official end of studio, so I want to thank everyone in advance for taking that into consideration. And lastly, before we start, I just kind of want to echo some of Carrie's sentiments and say that I'm extremely proud of all of you for going through a semester where everything that could go wrong did go wrong. And while today is indeed about a constructive, critical discussion amongst us all, it's also a celebration of your commitment as aspiring architects to adapt to the conditions you have faced and deliver a project of extreme complexity, a complexity far greater than where you ended your first year with a small scale pavilion set in Audubon Park, and easily as complex as projects I was working on as an undergrad in third and fourth year. So it's really kind of mind blowing. I think the complexity that we're at, and it may sound a little strange, but like for me, this is extremely inspiring to see how the level of complexity in schools, specifically Tulane, is rising to meet the complexities of society, ecology, and technology. We're more aware today than we have ever been regarding our relationship to environments, both constructed and natural. So I hope that you all find some similar inspiration in this. And I'll do my best to play a more passive role today, but I may nudge some conversations along the way. Critics are encouraged to share thoughts, precedents, ideas in the chat or in concept board. And with the fortune of having concept board and digital, you're encouraged to draw or annotate on the drawings as well for record. So just wanted to open up, see if there are any questions before we jump in from the critics.
Good.
No, sounds good.
All right. So that said, I'll turn it over to Natalia.
All right.
And I believe she will be sharing a small PDF presentation.
Yes. Robert, can you see it okay?
Yep.
Okay. So my site analysis diagrams and research centered around saturation and the blurring of water and land boundaries on Jefferson Island. My partie diagrams explored the ideas of striations in the landscape with winding circulation, a central sunken courtyard between shifted apart masses, and elements pushed directly into the hill. My proposed project is a mix of these ideas. The architecture consists of 3 rectangular forms that were tilted, snapped, and shifted into 6 fragments. After extending construction lines across the forms, space was carved using a subtractive method, which is shown in pink hatch. The green indicates a raised bridge, and the purple is modified landscape. The original placement of the 3 forms remains as a foundation. The first form juts out to intersect the natural walking path that I had observed on the field trip, and it is the lobby and office space. The second is the cafe, followed by the archive and outdoor classrooms, which also serves as a place of pause. The last 2 forms are the video exhibition and the gallery, out of which a staircase provides an alternate exit from walking back the way one came. Interior elements, sometimes counters, other times desks or bookcases, have too been carved from the mats. And the video exhibition has a feature in which looking through a small puncture in the wall reveals a video pushed back into the mass, as if the form itself in that moment is the carved walls of the salt mine. A raised bridge extends between and into the 6 fragments, with the floor transitioning to that of the overall masses in the enclosed interior spaces. The site plan reveals the occupiable roofs, designed topography, and it explores shadow. The fragments are embedded into the walls of the natural slope and mounds have been built up around two forms such that they are concealed. The axon depicts the topographical modifications as well as the modified vegetation. The tree line is pushed back so that it begins after the architecture, as if when the forms shifted apart, the land rippled up and the nearby trees were displaced. The clearing and the hills are indicative of the hidden masses' presence from afar, and the proximity to the sinkhole is also hugely important. The architecture references the geological changes the site has endured. The materiality of the masses is rammed earth, a material which itself displays horizontal striations and is also most literally of the earth. The bridge element is constructed of wood, as if a human addition to the natural landform, and the retaining walls are weathered steel. The gravel is of reclaimed brick rubble from the site, but especially due to the shared color palette, can also be imagined as fragments of the snapped masses. In section perspective and section, the topography itself rises and falls around the uniformly raised forms. The blocks of the nature of the raised bridge in relation to the floor of the masses and the shallow can also be seen. The exterior perspective shows the moment of arrival. The materiality of the smooth, striated exteriors and the roughly carved interiors of the masses is depicted. And the interior perspective conveys the space created by the heavy shifting masses. One of the two tense moments where the hill disregards the retaining wall is visible, and the plant archive can also be seen on the left. Moreover, this perspective depicts a particularly special moment. The shallow on which the forms sit is at the water's surface. On the occasion that the water level rises, the lake is allowed to flood into the space under the bridge. In these moments, more than ever, the boundary of water and land is blurred, and the architecture can be imagined as an occupied geological disaster site, highlighting the history of Jefferson Island itself. So that is my presentation.
Thank you, Natalia. I will share again and just open up the concept board.
Thank you. And zooming in on the floor plans will also
Okay.
reveal some details,
Sure.
like in the
cool.
plant archive.
I think I really enjoy the party and kind of the irregularity and kind of this like conflict that you're creating, because that's kind of like the history of the site as a representation of form. I was curious when developing, how you broke up those three initial masses. What were your, I guess, like, why did you choose that angle? Was it prescribed based on site or any other influences?
Sure. I had started with the forms in parallel to the curve of the water's edge and the land. And then I began shifting them just as sort of a way to begin, like to build off of that. And 10 degrees just happened to be the angle that I found. There was enough space between them that there was like pause, and they weren't too crowded.
Okay. Yeah, because I think there's like a real opportunity kind of to, when you create these conflicts and these different, I see them as almost like viewports. And so if I think they talked about, the idea of the room, in those first projects, and like how you could potentially use this like breakdown of like form to start to frame like really important moments, like as you move towards the water's edge. But it's really strong.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the definitely the initial kind of aesthetic reaction to the massing in the party is really nice, and I appreciate the kind of graphic collage too. I like the visualization of the rammed earth. Question about, I guess if you could elaborate a little bit on is it occupied geological disaster? I think, is that how you described it? So how does this respond as a occupiable environmental center when it floods on a regular basis?
So the when the water is allowed to flood, it doesn't overtake the bridge. There's like a foot of space under it, so it would just be visible over the gravel.
Okay, so there's kind of a designed freeboard in there in terms of how much water would be allowed in.
Yes.
Okay.
And when does the water rise? Just in like a major rain event, or is it? I mean, it's connected to the Gulf of Mexico, correct? Or is it tidal, or is it actual, rain?
That's correct. It's connected to a lake, which is connected to the Gulf of Mexico. But the water level fluctuation is not extreme on a daily basis, so it would be a more rare occurrence, like a heavy rain.
One other question. I don't know if you guys really addressed, how you access this. So like, and what's its relationship to like, the existing buildings and how you actually get down into, this kind of like cavernous space. Especially say if I was in a wheelchair, or if, if I was, ADA kind of, in mind, it's like how you get down into that. Is it a ramp? Is it a ramping system? Or is it, an elevator or?
Oh, sure. So when we took the field trip to the site, I was paying attention to sort of what paths already existed. And the land from very close to the water's edge is very flat for several feet. And that path, you can walk from the parking lot and sort of like the main entrance all the way to the peninsula. So the bridge in which you enter the architecture just intercepts that path. So it's flat
Okay.
the whole.
Got it.
Yeah, and I think that might be one thing, speaking as the landscape architect in the group, a little bit more, and this may have been kind of prescribed into in terms of the scale of the kind of site plans, but, some additional consideration to kind of the larger approach sequence. Realizing that the primary objective is the building, but kind of to Robert's point about how even if it's tying in existing circulation, is that the best circulation? Is that the best approach? Do you want to try to influence that or manipulate that in a way that responds to the architecture a bit more directly? And I was also curious about kind of the decision to pull, this is kind of somewhat, cut into the site a bit, but the decision to pull back all of the trees rather than say, I could see this also being completely within the forest right up to the lake, right? If you could talk a little bit about that thought process.
Sure. Yeah, I wanted to make some sort of intentional decision when it came to the vegetation. And so it was a bit of an exploration, but I was imagining that it's sort of a dramatic like fissure in the hill. And so when they moved apart that the trees would have fallen. And so there was sort of a patch. You can see it in the really simple site plan from the previous assignment. There was sort of a patch of trees where I've placed the architecture, and those would be removed, but it does naturally get denser as you go up. But
Okay.
Natalie, is it? No, it's Natalia. I'm sorry.
it's okay.
I think you've got a really great scheme, and it seems to have moved light years from the earlier models that you made. I really appreciate those, but I also really am impressed by the development since that time. It seems like you've made a far more complex, but also therefore kind of more rich interplay of spaces occupying the hillside. And I get the whole concept of these, they almost look a little bit, or they're reminiscent to me of the barges that got sucked down the vortex and potentially got broken in the process or shattered in the process. So some of what's been said, I have some affinity with. In particular, I feel like, so mainly, I think it's a really, really exceptional project. I just want to talk about maybe some things that either aren't clear to me or that maybe missed opportunities, which everybody had, right? Because it was a pretty fast process, to say the least. So for example, I noticed in your ground floor plan in particular, how meticulous you've been with the kind of regrading. I'm sorry, I meant the upper level plan. I'm sorry, that one. Yeah. The roof plan, I guess, to kind of manage and manipulate these contours to, it seems, with the intention of creating these two major kind of outdoor landscape spaces. And yet I'm not sure how we ever get to them and enjoy them. And I'm just wondering if there might have been the opportunity of, you know, having some outdoors, I can't remember what program is in here, but having some outdoor stairs that go up to that level somehow, so that, you know, maybe on that side they're there, on the other side you tuck them in somewhere else, maybe in lieu of the, I'm not crazy about the spilled earth idea personally. You know, I mean, it feels like you're really actually grading with a very meticulous surgical hand. And so it doesn't seem like we just have this sort of, I find it less believable to have that mound of earth in the corner of which you've already excavated. But I think there's the opportunity to maybe have those be, you know, there's such a thing that it even has a name as museum fatigue. You know, you just get tired of getting kind of bombarded with information and visual stimuli and so forth. And so it's become kind of a fairly accepted strategy to have these kind of outdoor gardens, almost as breaks, almost as sort of palate cleansers, if you will, along the way as you move through. And it seems like you've created them. It's just, I just don't see how we get to them. So, and I think that could be easily remedied. The only other thing I have two other things, and we can go to the lower floor plan now, if you wouldn't mind, Charles. And one has to do with sequence, which has been discussed, and it seems like it seems like you intend to arrive at the bottom, actually, right? Along the waterfront path.
Yes.
Because at that point, from that point, you're on grade. So there's no ADA issues at that point. You know, you can move through it, as I understand it, your whole complex around and inside of the different pieces without changing grade, with the exception of, you know, maybe my prompt that it would be nice to have opportunities to get up and get out. But I do think there are a couple things. I think you said this piece was the gallery, and I almost feel like this is where I'm always really in favor of hanging tight to your diagram as much as possible. But I do think this might have been where, if that's, to me, that's one of the most important large spaces, and it's kind of at the beginning of your sequence, I guess. So I think you could have taken over more of that waterfront piece, maybe not all of it, like I'm suggesting, but something in between what you had and what I've kind of sketched there. And then the other thing is maybe thinking a bit more about how these outdoor courtyards, it's a little bit akin to what I said about those lawns up top. You know, what happens kind of in these? Could we imagine that the salt cart gets, displayed at the end of that? So that's actually, even though it's an exterior courtyard space, as I'm reading it, maybe it's not, I think it is. That it too is part of your gallery sequence. You know, does this make sense?
Oh, yes. So the first smaller form that you enter into is the lobby, and the one where you've drawn the salt cart actually is the gallery.
Oh,
and
okay.
it's a little bit lightly drawn. But if you zoom in to the gallery,
You have it there somewhere?
it's there. Yeah.
Oh, right where I drew it, probably.
Yeah.
All right, good. Excellent. Well, then all I did was call attention to the other roof. I don't see it, but you might want to make sure that that's really legible
Okay.
when you finalize your drawings. Well, then I feel much better about the whole thing. I do think that whole last swath, right, should be considered kind of the gallery in any attendant uses. Yeah, exactly. And kind of make it read as such, so in other words, one whole edge of that could have been, and maybe you think of it that way, as being the salt wall. Is that possible? That that's the salt wall?
Okay.
or some big chunk of that, so that you really are. And then the only time you really need to go inside, maybe, and that's why it's so small, is that you see the Audubon book and in its precious cabinet that needs to be, in an interior, environmentally controlled space, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, but these are just some ideas of how to, in a way, kind of make the most of what you've already designed. Because I think you've got lots of very, very rich nooks and crannies and a kind of circulatory journey. You just need to put little crumbs along the way sometimes for people.
I do have one comment about this drawing that might help with clarity. You're showing the contours and like the roof plan, what Wendy called it. If you potentially had those around the two volumes to the north and south, so they could be dashed like super light, so we can kind of orient ourselves relative to like your initial, let me over here. So like, I'll see if I can draw on this thing. Like having the contours show up, they could be like a dashed, light gray or something. So I can read this over here. That's just from my perspective. It could really help understand that this is actually shoved under the ground.
And the shadows as well, too. Probably, I think they worked really well in the overall site plan, roof plan view.
Mm-hmm. And then also on, talking, going off Wendy again, these areas of respite she was talking about are like to overcome museum fatigue, is like potentially the walls could pop up through the mounds. So you're still reading, your breakdown of these volumes, but then those zones, like what Wendy said with the stair, you could come up in here, there would be like a little, like almost a place to reflect and to think about, what you were, what you just saw in the museum. And then you're also expressing the volumes above grade, but maybe it's just like a handrail height wall. So,
all right.
That's a great idea.
We're getting close to time. If there's any concluding comments, we'll move on.
Nice project, Natalia.
Thank you.
All right, we're shifting over to Alex.
Hello,
Hello, Alex.
how you doing?
Good, good. Are we doing in concept board, or you had something as well, right? So,
I do, yes.
all
Here,
right.
can you guys see?
Yes.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Alex Rich, and this is my final review for Jefferson Island. So I'll start with site. So the site I chose was Pierre, and Pierre has so much rich history to it because it really was a lot of the land that used to be got sucked in the 1980 disaster, as you mentioned earlier, with the mining disaster when there was a drilling incident that drilled into the salt mine and the lake got sucked in. And so a lot of the land that used to be where the pier was above water, and it got basically slid into this whirlpool that's under the lake. And I was very interested in it because there's a lot of cool things from the past that stick above the water, specifically the pier, and also like telephone poles are still up there that are still like sticking out of the water. So I just thought it was a lot of cool, rich history, something they play off of. The overall like concept of my building is projecting and embedding. So the reason why I chose projecting and embedded is because the land has been embedded into and projected into by nature and by humans. And I feel like that's a very, like see it over time. So with the salt dome, you have the salt dome projecting up out of the land into pushing the land up. And then we had like humans projecting into the land to mine the salt. So I feel that that was an overall concept that was very much a part of the land. It also feels like that the building used to be a part of the land, like it was. Sorry, are we getting feedback?
I heard it, but it's better now.
Okay. It used to be one building that was pulled into the lake by another force, i.e., such as a sinkhole from the disaster. So also what I noticed about the pier is that each pier element in the water that was sticking out of the water, you can kind of see in my plans here, was about 10 feet away from each other. So we wanted to create this rhythm from going inside of land and out into the water. So if you see on my floor plan on the right, there's little lines going through the whole entire plan, and that is the rhythm with these like corrugated effects continuing out into the pier. So it's set up a little bit of a grid for the whole entire building. And you can see, so on the right is my bottom floor plan. So someone would enter in on the right. And then they would go into the right, into the embedded part of the building where the cafe is. There's a mezzanine and the salt wall is all the way in the back. So the people at the cafe have a wonderful view of the salt wall. Sorry. And there's they would walk up the stairs, go around the mezzanine to the top floor, cross over a bridge. There's like a little bit of an outdoor area, and then they enter the exhibit area, which is projected over the water. Then there are some stairs at the end, which they would go down through, and then this is where all of the bathrooms, office space, and research rooms and mechanics are, and then they would leave the building and leave the same way they came in. The building has this accordion effect on the outside, on the facade. It would be made out of like a perforated copper with a glazing behind it, much like the De Young Museum in San Francisco. And the reason why it has this accordion effect is to help with the rhythm, continue the rhythm of the pier, but also it almost feels like an accordion, like something got stretched out, as if it was inland and got stretched out over the water, projecting over the water. And also when you're inside the exhibit, it almost feels, because of these rigid walls, that you're in like a mine shaft. In the second perspective, you can kind of view how that would feel. And then lastly, the building continues the language of the site by incorporating the pier into like its own pier elements to hold up the building, reinforcing the projecting feeling of the building. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alex. Jump back over the concept.
I might have missed this, but is your building going over the piers that were destroyed in the vortex?
So no, it almost just touches the end of them. So it almost feels like a continuation of it.
Because what I was thinking is like it could have been really interesting, because you can't really experience them, up close from the land. So if somehow, I know you have square footage requirement and stuff like that, but if this thing actually sat over, these piers, and it potentially could have like a glass floor. A project that comes to mind is Bernard Shumi's Acropolis Museum, where there's like glass floors and there's these voids where you're actually looking down and seeing an active archaeology site. And it's like a really powerful place to visit if you haven't been there. And that could have been really great with this proposal.
Yeah, I guess I had a few questions and thoughts. So, one, just in terms of materiality, I do kind of like the representation, but I don't know that it's effective in really kind of communicating what that is, because it doesn't read necessarily if it is, a copper scrim or a rain screen. That, that's not kind of necessarily the first thing that came to mind. And then also just in terms of kind of the selection of the perspective views from the exterior, I still don't get a great sense. I think the section kind of elevation up there, this one up here is that, this tells me more about kind of what the building looks like in a lot of ways as a whole than the perspectives do. So that might be, it's kind of a challenging thing because it is this long bar. Like, what's a view that's going to capture, that in an effective way? similar comments, I think, in terms of kind of approach and entry sequence, because this actually sits on a part of the site that I'm just looking at the aerial as well. There's leftover. I don't know if that was from the salt mining operation or not, up kind of on top of the peninsula there. But then it's also really heavily vegetated, and you have that kind of vegetated bar, which you see in the plan views, but then it's not represented in the perspectives. That would be just to the left of that, or in the right perspective, you'd see, kind of what I'm assuming looks like a bunch of old kind of craggly live oaks in there. So that might be something to think about as well. And on the floor plan, so you mentioned the kind of the cadence or the rhythm of the existing piles to kind of set up the folds of the accordion, and that all sounds great, but I'm just, again, being picky. But if you zoom in towards the various portions of the embedded section, they don't seem to align. So I wasn't sure if that was deliberate or not, or if there was another rationale for kind of what changed that dimension or that kind of cadence once you got into the hill.
So it just kind of had to do with like the square footage and how it all worked out with that. But I wanted to continue this kind of like corrugated feeling within the embedded part. So it was more so the language of the projected part that has this kind of grid-like feature. But once you get inside, it's kind of, I expanded the corrugated feeling, so it still has that accordion-like feeling, but it's not as related to the grid-like feature as the like projecting part out is.
I'm Alex, my friend. Alex was my student last semester, so we still talk. And I've been looking over your shoulder, and I've been really, really intrigued by your project. And I think it is, in many ways, architectonically, sort of sophisticated beyond your years and your level. And so that's a compliment. I think we can talk about it from a standpoint that, is that you've really, really thought about how it's made, these folds. How does the material change from when it's embedded in the hill versus when it's out over the water, not in contact with the earth? I see a lot of thought here about the project as, if I may, a building object, right? So for me, like as usual, often when the greatest strength is sort of right next door, is first cousins with the greatest weakness or the greatest missed opportunity. And to me, I guess what I would say is there's just a sense in all your drawings. I have a little bit of a sense of claustrophobicness, because it's so cropped. It's just like cropped on the building. It's almost as if it was a third-year studio really focused on materials and tectonics. It doesn't feel like a site studio kind of presentation. Because really the only place we see the building in the larger site context is in your model. And I'm a huge fan, as you know, of the models, the various models that got you here. If you will scroll up, Charles, I actually copied to illustrate my point, I copied the section and did a little demo of what I would love to see if you were to continue drawing this project, which is something more like, I'm really missing a site plan. I'm really missing a site scaled section. And it's not just about pure kind of documentation. I think if you'd been thinking without blinders on, with a broader view, you might have seen some opportunities. For example, my feeling is that change within the building is significant enough, where you go from the folded concrete plate to the steel frame with the bronze mesh plate. I mean, it could have even used some sort of a actual gap, a courtyard, if you will, a place of arrival. So if you're arriving, like the previous scheme, you're arriving kind of on the low side of the site, it would have given you a kind of a enlarging of that path and a place of pause, and then you make the decision to go left or right, or where you go first. so that really the kind of frame mesh piece is, you know, strictly over the water, and the other piece is kind of part that's doing the job of burrowing into the ground. I don't know that I meant that they should be at a higher elevation. That just sort of happened. It's a messy sketch, right? But then the other kind of possibility that I think might come of that is that there could be an earthen way, a kind of an outdoor ramp that could meet code. I know, I saw a lot of students in my studio managed it. Back up to grade. That's what I'm trying to kind of doodle over there on the right-hand side, with that exterior kind of idea of a ramp. So I think your project is great. I just almost want to kind of like break it and pull it apart and have it, you know, dominate and occupy more of the site. I mean, the waterbound piece barely is like maybe an eighth as long as the series of piers that go out. And so another advantage of taking that big long piece further out into the water is that you would actually be engaging those pieces, which I gather had something to do with the metering of the folds, right? I mean, I'm guessing, I don't know that you said that, but it seems pretty self-evident. So more kind of actual contact and reverberation between those remnant piers and your building. What I think have only strengthened how good your building is, if that makes sense. I think it's really good. I just kind of want to pull it apart and stretch it and let it engage more of the site and not just be such a tight kind of object. It just feels very cropped. and it needn't be. I mean, the beauty of this scheme is you could have 10 folds, 20 folds, or 120 folds. I mean, it could go on and on, right? So anyway, a very strong project. I would encourage you to really think about how it could dominate really more of the landscape and engage more of the landscape elements. I know that Seth
I guess.
completely disagrees with me, right, Seth?
I was just gonna say, dominate the landscape. That's very charged language.
You know, I mean,
Yeah.
more-
Engage with the landscape.
engage
That
and then
sounds
more present. Yes, engage.
There we go.
But
Yeah, I
it's
do think-
very dominant tectonic, you know, it's got a very dominant
Agreed. Yeah.
quality.
Yeah, I think that's some good comments. I agree that, you know, I think one of the things that maybe got hung up a little bit was the fact that part of it had to literally be embedded. Like, I think that was a point of departure, but that could easily translate kind of like Wendy is drawing. It could be an object that's not necessarily fully embedded, but the experience being in it could be one that feels more embedded, and then the experience in the other. And I think you had that. I also think that's a missed opportunity with the renderings, because you started to have one that was really nice in here with these no one probably knows these are skylights, but like kind of the lighting quality and the heaviness of this in contrast to the projected piece. I think a little bit more, given the fact that it's kind of like internally focused, and a little bit less site extensive, really playing up the duality of those two types of spaces, and then trusting that they don't require a literal embedding into the landscape. And that might have also, I think, helped you develop a little bit more of a landscape strategy as well, rather than having to deal with this massive, trying to figure out how to then how you hide a two-story building in the side of a hill. I think that started to become a challenge as well. All right, I think that's time with Alex.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Great work.
All right. Who's next? I have the list in front of me.
I believe it's me.
Jackson. All right. All
right,
the
can you
way
hear me?
close to the end. Yeah.
I think I have a
You
I have a
have.
presentation, so
Okay.
I guess I'll take control.
Yeah. You should just be able to. do I need to stop or can you just take?
I think you need to stop.
Okay. All right.
Share screen. Okay.
It's me. Oh, okay.
All right. So let's get started. The main focus for my project comes from this existing foundation of the mine. And I think that this old concrete serves as an opportunity to highlight the man-made influences on Jefferson Island. As we know, it's littered with historical richness. And so to influence that, the project is placed parallel to the old foundation of the mine. So to exaggerate this change in material and landscape, the building is composed of nearly one large mass that is hollowed and carved out. So the aim of this project is to create a seamless flow between like the surrounding natural landscape, the concrete, and then the newly built project. So to get started, this is the first floor plan at 8th scale. It shows the entrance right here and the ramp that goes all the way down that's carved out through this big one mass. And so the diagonal X's represent the ramps, and then there's landings, so to prevent like runaway wheelchairs and such. And then it shows the space that's occupied on top, the archive room, and that leads to the office. Okay. The second floor shows what you land on as you go down the ramp, and it shows the main floor that is occupied within that, and it shows all the program, the cafe, the theater, bathrooms, the exhibition space, and then the reading room. Okay, from there we go to the third floor, lastly, which is the mechanical and storage, which is accessed by the stairway that's right there that goes between the first, third, and second floor. Here's the roof plan at 16th scale, 1/16, to show the surrounding site and a little bit of that foundation. This right here is my first section cut from the side that the ramp descends on, and it shows the darker hatch is the walls that is closest to the cut, and then the lighter hatch, the ones that are most further away, and shows the program, the space that's cut out in there, and on top, that would be the cafe, and that's the reading rooms, and the stairs is right there, but it's cut. This would be the front section. It shows the ramp from the horizontal view going all the way down. Same order here going with the hatches. The light is the most distant. The darker hatch is what's up close. I used a larger hatch. Dotted line to represent what's closest that's hidden behind the wall, and then what's furthest away being the ramp. So that's the side. Here's my axon. It shows the site and the water and the whole building. Here's my first perspective. It shows the entry. So the building has fog glass and is made of concrete. Here's the second perspective right at the entry, which shows the lobby and then a little bit of the gallery. And here are my model photographs, which were at 16th scale. Okay, and that's it for my presentation. I guess I'll stop sharing so we can go back to concept board.
I just have to ask for a point of clarification. There are a lot of drawings that were in your PDF that aren't on the concept board. Does that mean you've finished them since the deadline of 10 p.m. Sunday?
Yes, everything, I haven't touched this since then, so everything should have been, everything that's on my presentation should be on the concept board, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I don't see your sections. Is it just me? Am I
No, I
having a
don't, yeah, I was
moment?
gonna say I don't see unless they're behind
there's-
something else. Yeah. I
Oh,
just
I
see
had
the-
them on there.
Yeah.
There's
Here, wait.
one.
I don't know if all my drawings are pinned. That's odd. That's really odd. I'm sorry. I can throw them on there really quickly if you'd like.
Yeah,
I
I think that'd
mean,
be
either that
helpful.
or
I
we'll go
didn't. I
back to
wasn't aware. I
PDF.
wasn't aware of that. I'm sorry.
It's really unclear. Your project started to make sense when I was looking at the images in PDF.
The last time I knew that they were there, they were to the right of the section perspective on there. I didn't realize that they had disappeared. I'm sorry. I apologize. All right, I'm putting them in right now. Okay, they're both up. They're just right above the plans, right above to where you guys are looking at.
Okay.
Great. Yep. So I think the entry sequence is interesting. I'm a little curious about some of the logistical issues and kind of, I guess it's the theater space maybe that's underneath that entry sequence, just in
Right.
terms of what it's actually going to feel like. But the big move of kind of this long descending ramp is kind of interesting. But just out of curiosity, I mean, did you look at a solution that doesn't involve ramp and landing? Is there a way to keep that below, whatever 5% to avoid having that kind of pleated ramp condition? I just think if it's going to, it's a pretty strong gesture, but it seems to be a little less strong by the fact that you kind of have that ripple as you go down.
Okay. That the ramp definitely serves as a defining feature of this project. It was kind of what I had started off of. Something that's worth noting is one of my precedents was, if anyone's familiar with the project by Alvaro Siza, Leica de Palmier Pools. That was my precedent. So that was kind of what I'd started working off of, and we wanted to sort of replicate a similar feature feeling of like entry that it has, and so that's where the ramp idea came from, and that the fact that it's very long and wide is we have a program feature that's a 20 by 20 foot salt wall, and it's placed at the very end of the ramp, so it kind of serves as like like the end of the show, like you made it. That's at the end of the ramp there.
Gotcha. I mean, that, and so that's, I would love to see that represented in a perspective. I mean, that would be a really, good thing for, to see, I think, in terms of, that is kind of, what I gather is kind of the signature move of the scheme. It also reminds me, not in the building sense, but Michael Heiser's installation at LACMA has a very similar kind of ramp, but I guess, I mean, I still have the same question in terms of, is there a way you can work around code to really make it more seamless, if that makes sense? And there's another precedent that I just can't think of right now that has figured that out, but yeah,
I think OMA has a project where they ramped. It might have been in Seattle, but I agree with you, Seth. I think it's a great partie, but I think it's a missed opportunity where I don't know what program is on the ramp. So like when you're going down, if you're go off of Seth's theory of like you're actually descending, but you're not really feeling like you're descending because you're discovering pieces of program, say if it's an artifact or if it's something part of the history of the site. you're kind of going through this process, and then you're surprised when you actually get to the end, because you're already consumed with like kind of like the museum aspect and like say the exhibits that are there, and then you get to the bottom and you make that turn, and then you have, you know, the views at the lower, you know, grade. I think it would have been it could have been really great. Yeah, but Seth, I mean, yeah, you get into the code issue, that thing could get really long really fast. So but it's a good point. And then also, yeah, one
Sorry, go
thing is
ahead.
like representation of a ramp, like don't do an X, because usually that means something very different. So an arrow, even if it's just an arrow and it says down or something like that, but I just drew that. A lot of people still debate which direction that arrow should go, if it's going up or if it's going down, but yeah, that would be a good way to represent. I put that on the plan, the ramp. I don't know. So
Yeah, I mean, I have somewhat similar feelings, but I think there are maybe some easier fixes that you could have explored, such as, I mean, I think if you thought about the ramp room is also your major gallery space, that would have all of a sudden have implications that would make it more reasonable and also, I don't know, somehow legitimized. That would have probably meant that, so in other words, and I don't know what the problem with elevators is. I made all my students pretty much, unless there was really no reason for one, have elevators. It's a good thing to get in the habit of doing, because you're gonna have to do it sooner or later, and better sooner than later. So I mean, if this whole area, if you could zoom in on that plan, this whole area could have been the flat entry. And even if you have to make the building longer, well, so be it. You know, I mean, what kind of restricts its length? Like nothing. You've got nothing but waterfront there. So if you had entered and had a much more kind of reasonably scaled flat landing place with the kind of reception person and an elevator and maybe even a fire stair, you know, who knows, quick way down somewhere as part of that ensemble. I mean, I don't think it would have changed your scheme at all, but it would have made your scheme appear much more believable. Then, you know, if you had kind of, again, sort of more, at least as much landing as ramp. So if that's ramp and that's landing, then you have places on either side to actually make reasonable scaled exhibits. Ramp, and then as you're on the landing, I mean, not that you can have exhibits where it's ramping to, but there is this, I think people do have usually the kind of practice of stopping, you know, rotating 90 degrees, looking at what's on the wall, and it's better if your feet aren't having to make up the difference. So I mean, I actually think this whole portion of the building, that front piece, could be working a lot harder for you, could be doing a lot more with almost no design change. And then a lot of the comments that I think you've heard would just be muted, they'd be silenced, right? As far as the next piece goes, like, so you get to the bottom and then you enter this other world. And actually you're, having mentioned the Lake of Pools project actually helped me understand your project a lot. And if it's the way that I'm reading your scheme relative to that precedent, I mean, the big schism or organizing spine in the scheme is this many, many, many miles long seawall, right? That isn't just about the building. I mean, that's a seawall and an edge that's there. The whole town is raised above the beach to avoid erosion and inundation. So in that sense, I feel like maybe a little bit more sort of a gap or a separation or some significant threshold between the two pieces might have been beneficial. And then this piece, like the pools, right, could have been maybe much more engaged with the water. So it's really hard to see where I think your land water edge is there. If you had pulled it back, maybe even to the, you know, to the seawall kind of thing, it might have been really interesting to explore how different the two pieces are relative to the site. You know, how one's almost a raft on the water, you know, all one floor, and how the other piece is this, essentially this very, very long monumental stair / gallery. So I think you're really onto something. I mean, I love your model. I think it's really helpful. And in the sense of the model, what's missing for me, something, seam or threshold or wall or gap or something between these two, because otherwise I read them as a split of one thing, but they're not the same length and they're not the same width. And so every other decision that's coming along is sort of undermining my reading of it as one thing that just kind of went like that. So I hope this is making sense. I'm talking really about formal issues and some pragmatic issues, but I really like the potential of your scheme. I just wish, again, that that point of change could have happened at a significant change in the landscape, the surrounding landscape elements. You know, one is really engaged with navigating the hill. One is really engaged with the water and being out on the water. And you're almost there. I just kind of want to push it a little bit further.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Wendy. Is that I do have a question. Is that slab, can you see it? Is it there? Is it like exposed or is it covered, or is it how you represent in your rendering where that existing slab that you talked about in the beginning? Yeah, there. Like that.
Is it like?
Can you see it? Is it like an actual thing like on the site?
Yes.
Like as okay. So what I found really interesting about that is that, and about that your party, so I added this line here, is like how it, making it really look like it's like folding up, like formally, like not popping up and then tilting, but actually like if you imagine if you cut that piece of concrete and tilted it up, so it's almost like a seamless ramp coming out. So I guess my question is, why is there a reason for it popping up, or did you want it to just be more prevalent?
There kind of is. It was developed that way since that wall has to be 20 by 20 feet. Originally, this whole building was 15 feet tall, and I didn't have any space underground. I hadn't developed the storage mechanically yet. So by the time I had that salt wall, the building was already popped out, and I hadn't decided to just shove the whole thing down just like 5 feet more so it would be on the same plane. I just had decided.
I would have broken that. Yeah, I would have broken that one rule probably. I would just have that thing just roll up onto the ceiling or something, or that salt wall. But no, I see what you're saying though.
Okay, well, I think we're at time. Is there any concluding comments? We'll move on. Mackenzie, I believe.
Yeah, can y'all hear me? Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So I'm Mackenzie. Once you get over to mine, if you can just zoom in on the site analysis from 2B.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. So just to give a little bit of context into this, my site analysis from one of the early stages of this looks at the physical impact of the drilling accident on the lake, and the polar array in it shows kind of the movement of the lake at the time, and the checkerboard pattern within that polar array shows the land that was lost, and it's just generally an important part of the site's complex history. If you move down to the next one in the part 2, yes, I had wanted to explore the site's relationship from like multiple perspectives, having kind of this path or maybe a retaining wall along the edge of the site, and then a structure that returns back to the same point, but maybe from another perspective, like this would have been a perch, which was something that I continued to explore. And then if you can just zoom out and kind of look over the models in general, the physical and the axonometric. So the structure itself kind of sits on, in, and then goes over top of the site. And it's all formed on an orthogonal grid that was controlled by the orientation to the sinkhole. And so one of the important elements is this path here, which is a like distinct unoccupiable space filled with vegetation. And it serves as both like the start of the structure is along that path. And then once you reach the end of the circulation, it culminates in a directed view that looks back out on the same path, but in a perch condition, as though you were in the trees. And those are also, the theme of kind of being in those trees is also found in the slatted condition of the columns and the walls. So the building has terraced levels that follow the contours of the land. And they're like modular columns with openings in both the wall and ceiling in the like negative space between them to create the lighting that would come from a tree canopy. And then the start of it has, you go from the beginning platform right at the beginning of the vegetation path through a front porch condition into the overall structure, with back of house kind of adhering to this far left, while the rest of it forms gallery space in which ramps lead you back and forth between it to weave through. And then as you get up to the top and exit, there's a cafe with a window wall running along it. Yeah, that mirrors the upper level window wall in that forms the overlook in the second level plan. Yes. And then up top here, this elevator was, I have it so that the mine shaft has now been converted into an elevator. So as you progress up and step out of it or off the stairs and around, the railing from those stairs forms a wall that also directs your view straight out back onto this path, which returns the view back to the sinkhole. So the final view is the same as the first, but provides a new perspective physically, as well as having been through the entire gallery, all of that gained knowledge. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I feel like you may have been haunted a little bit at the end by Lyles. I feel like I can hear Andrew Lyles reverberating through the matrix, but it was pretty clear.
Well, I really wish you had an updated site plan with your building as it ended up on it. It would have made some things much clearer more quickly. I think that one on the lower left there is not up to date. Is that correct?
Yeah.
It seems like, and I was going to ask you about the geometry, but I think you answered it, but the site plan would have made it really clear immediately, right? It seems like the geometry of that front piece is kind of oriented to and facing, you know, the pointing to the vortex, right? The sinkhole. So that would have shifted the building. And then the other thing that I guess my other big point is that, again, I think if you'd spent a little bit more time thinking about the extended site, I think you had a real opportunity here for having the kind of headpiece or the headgear, the head frame, which they call it in the mining, right? You know, the piece of the building at the top. And then this series of kind of built terraces. I think there was a real opportunity to maybe make an even stronger distinction between these two parts of your building. And I'm trying to think where I kind of draw to suggest this. I'll stay on the site plan because I don't want to mess up your plans. But if the headpiece had been, first of all, very kind of geometrically almost unforgiving, you know, it's just a rectangle. It doesn't, you know, submit itself to any kind of reshaping from the landscape. It's there just the way these industrial buildings are. They're never site inflected. They're always really just almost bought off the shelf and put there regardless of, you know, where they are. And then have the second part of the building, you know, in a way be more site responsive. So for example, I'm really trying to zoom in, and if instead of having them all be a series of straight walls and lines, I mean, imagine if they'd started to be kind of abstractions, more of the prevailing geometry of the site at that point. Maybe I'm drawing them too big, you know, but also maybe they could have, those walls could have died out into the landscape, and that the building only occupies those terraces at points, you know, closer to that central axis. I don't know. I'm just trying to find a way to make sense of the two pieces of your scheme. I think you had a lot in mind about responding or pointing to certain key elements on the site early on, but as you got into it, you got a little bit distracted or seduced, as we often do, with just making the architecture, right? But I think if there had been a moment at, you know, once you kind of got your program managed and so forth, if you look back and had to draw a site plan, I think you might have seen some opportunities for this sort of, first of all, making it really clear that your building is pointing to the sinkhole, and a site plan would have allowed you to do that. But also the potential of breaching, I guess it's most evident in the model and in the axon that's being shown right now. But imagine if these walls could actually have started to, you know, come out and join pieces of the landscape and show how you're resolving the existing slope and contours. Then there would have been a really clear kind of agenda for these two parts of the scheme, and maybe some opportunities for creating great garden spaces within your walls, but outside the interior spaces and so forth. I think you're onto something, basically, is what I'm saying. But I think if it had been, you know, if you'd gone through a phase where it was more rigorously reintroduced to the realities and vagaries of the site, that you know, it might have been even richer and not quite so. Again, there's a bit of an object-like quality to it, even though I know you're picking up on the slope with the second part of the scheme.
I might have missed this. I do have a question. Where do you think the main entry sequence is? Is it in that vegetative path area on, say, the
entry
second?
is along this path towards the right where there's a retaining wall. Yes, there.
Okay.
I guess
And then
I had
do you circulate through the that vegetative area? So if you look at the rendering to the right, do you come out of the museum at all through there, or is it just, it's kind of like off limits and kind of like forces
No.
you down? Okay.
Yeah, it's meant to be like not accessed and not occupied.
Like, some more plants in there.
I have a question in terms of a couple thoughts, echoing, you know, what Wendy and Robert have asked as well. But when I first saw the floor plan, I was under the impression that you would have kind of views out to this kind of vegetated axes that you've created. But then looking at the perspectives and it seems so that's closed off. So once you enter at this lower level, there are no views to the larger site at that point. Is that accurate?
Correct. That view is meant, if you look at the larger building, that glass wall, that's where your final perspective, like that's where your final view of that is.
Yeah. And just out of curiosity, I realize it's a gallery program and things like that, but it doesn't necessarily preclude you from having, you know, views, you know, windows into the site, especially if, you know, even though it's a very framed and kind of focused view, but you know, as you circulate through and you have, you know, you come down this ramp, you know, I don't know what, that just seems like a lot of potential space that I don't know what that's doing for you. Is that exhibit space? Is it cafe? You know, what happens on those walls rather than, it would be more valuable, say, than, you know, kind of a framed view of something.
I think even if not a framed views, that maybe there's just a way to think about openings in relationship to the walls that they're intersecting that might give you glimpses, and I do think they do kind of start to create these frames. So if you start to think of secondary openings, that isn't about dominating the entire museum, but build off of some slightly more complex relationship with how things intersect one another. I was thinking they could either happen vertically like this, or potentially horizontally. You know, windows, nothing really sets where they are that you have to be able to see completely out of them. It could be about creating a reveal that starts to express the depth that you're like traveling down in relationship to the land, that gives you a glimpse of this landscape that you can't occupy, and then you are reintroduced to it at the end. I think there is a middle ground between like removing it from the gallery experience completely, and still not giving it all away, but being able to kind of work up to it.
I think
Yeah, I
there's
would agree with that.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking too that it took me a while to get my mind around this, but in terms of your sections, I'm seeing that these levels, you know, that this is higher than this is higher than that. There's a step or two up from each of those levels, and that I guess your ADA access is all dealt with this side ramp, which isn't really part of the party, you know. And I'm not even clear that these are landings that you're creating here. So it seems that if I'm in a wheelchair, I can only go from here to here and then go via elevator to the upper room. I don't see how maybe I can come around and access the top gallery. But I think you didn't really need, what I'm trying to say is, sorry. Hold on. Hang on. Normally I would mute myself, but I'm talking. I just wonder if you couldn't have done a little bit like the last project where you had kind of galleries that were interspersed with ramped portions that would allow anybody, you know, in a wheelchair or able-bodied to kind of make their way around, you know, almost in serpentine fashion up to the highest level, so that you don't have this extra piece that's really not integrated into the rest of your program. But you also, is this making any sense, or am I reading it wrong?
Yeah, there are ramps in there so where the dashed in like slats are from where the roof, from where the skylights are in the roof, there are ramps up to each level so that it does serpentine back and forth between those levels, like you were just talking about.
So this is ramp kind of here.
Easier ramp. Oh, so then why do you need the big one? Why do you need that?
The big one is meant to be
vegetation.
Is vegetation that you're not really meant to occupy. It's more to create that clear, unobstructed viewpoint from the final view in the upper level room, in the upper level space.
Well, honestly, I think by the time you get to the second floor of the building at the end, which is already, its lower level is above most of the levels below it. I just don't know if you need all that to make sure of a clear view. Can you go back to the section, Charles, that's cut through the slope? Yeah, I mean, you see what I mean? This is like well above, I think. You're not clearing out anything. Where the ramp is on the other side of this, right? And so even when you're cutting through those different pieces of building that are coming above the slope, you have a perfectly good angle of view. You see what I mean? I just think it gets rid of a piece that's somewhat ambiguous and that could have allowed maybe, again, more relationship or kind of seeming bridging from your scheme, from the walls of the architecture of your scheme into almost kind of tapering off site walls. But you can't do that with the ramp there. And then you could have had some of those long sideways lateral views that I think both that everybody's been talking about out into the landscape sideways as you move up.
And I think an opportunity that I've kind of missed is when you get to the top, when you're up here, and you get to that stair, I think the stair should actually go this, you go up this way. And then so when you get to the top on level 2, you're actually
Totally.
have that view out. So rather than like having to then go around either a small little hallway or, you know, around, or even if you figured out a way to, you know, orient the stair so that it's looking through that corner out through that, or whatever
Yeah,
I don't, because
whatever
I'm unclear on
alignment,
where
yeah.
the what you're like what we want to see. So like really using this stair and making it ceremonial and like this beautiful thing that, you know, draws people up, so which to a really spectacular view that you created. So
Yeah, I totally agree. Actually, it would be more obvious and elegant also on the bottom if you're coming and going up
oh
the
man,
stair, and then the
Don't forget
and then
to
the
pin your drawing.
switchback, and then the
Jeez.
switchback to the view. You know, maybe we're not maybe that's the way you intended, and we're not reading it right. But it seems like you have to go all the way around to the back of the stair to start up, and then when you end up at the top, you're facing the back wall, and you know, so just totally reversing it makes a lot more sense, I think. Does that make sense?
Okay, I think we're at time. Thank you, Mackenzie. We'll move on to Joaquin.
which way are we going?
Sorry, to the pan right.
Okay, so can you start to the first drawing to the left, the site analysis?
The site analysis?
Yeah.
Yep.
So the forming salt mining operations at Jefferson Island functioned as a source of local communities, which led to the radical explosion of human interaction with the site. The project began with a study of the area surrounding Jefferson Island. My major focus was on how the site water circulation interacts with sediment discharge and sediment composition infiltration. Water's Edge was my first choice since it felt like it would be a wonderful fit for my class study. Moving on to the plan. So the architecture comprises into 6 different buildings connected by a central ramping system that allows you to simply and freely navigate the program. The inclusion of the vertical planes in the structure aids for the admission of sunlight into the structure, which helps also elevate the buildings as a primary structure of the building. Some of the vertical planes go into the building to create a more tectonic structure. Each of the structures is lifted above the ground at varying heights to help you view the site entirely. So when you enter the first 2, you're able to see the salt wall and the lobby to the left and choose whether to go right or left. So it's more like a feely type of navigation. Continually you encounter like the same kind of situation where you have 2 buildings and you have gallery number 2, where it's the mining cart and the elevator cage. And to the left, you have the video exhibition, you have administration room, a bathroom, and a mechanical. And going further, you go down and you encounter gallery number 3, where you have the salt dome, you have the cafe, you have the preparation room, 2 bathrooms, and a mechanical room. I also forgot to say that in each of the galleries, you have a specific storage for each one of them. So yeah, and going to my section perspective, yeah, you can see how the building rises above the ground and how the vertical planes interact within the structure. Natural light enters from the upper windows and creates a more vivid surrounding. For my section perspective number 2, I wanted to showcase how the circulation of the path is simple and concise, where you can freely navigate through the buildings. And for my perspective number 1, I wanted to create a story where the first one you enter the building and see how surroundings, and you can also see the water to the left and to the right. Moving on to perspective number 2 is the gallery number 1, where you see the salt wall, And also you can see the surroundings. Moving on to number 3, gallery number 2, where you can see the salt cage, and also the salt card. And finally, the front view of the buildings and how the surrounding incorporates to the buildings as well. So that's it.
Thank you, Joaquin.
Is the walking path covered? And one of the renderings, it kind of looked like there is some protection, because I think with these outdoor circulation schemes, what do we do when it rains? And so having some of that protection for the visitor would be helpful.
Yeah, it's a like a glass roof.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you can see them in the plan, the right plan. There you go. Yeah.
A couple questions on the kind of formal organization. The kind of the connected pavilion idea certainly has a lot of appeal, but I'm curious. This is kind of the point, if I'm remembering correctly, right by where the mine historically was. Presumably this is fairly high in terms of elevation, and then the views, from there would be pretty significant. Why, or was there a particular reason why you chose not to, align more with the topography and not a single axis, rather than, you kind of have this jog in the middle of the pavilions, and then the path or the axes that you set up just kind of stops at the last pavilion. There's no, I'm assuming there's a view beyond that. But this seems like a kind of a missed opportunity for, this is kind of the promontory, right, to look over the entire lake. So if you could, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about those decisions.
I centered the buildings there because first I tried to move them like more to the right, but the ramp system wouldn't work much because to the right you have a more inclined downhill. So it was difficult to try and set a pathway where you can go there, or to the left as well. So I centered it there.
Yeah, I guess the question, not to get into the weeds on this, but would an alignment like that have worked in terms of topography? Where you have a spine that's more relational to the topography that's there.
Oh, I did try that.
Just something to think about, because I think the kind of the pavilion boxes on either side of a strong central path certainly has a lot of precedents out there to look at, but the jog, I feel like, could get confusing, in terms of how you actually circulate through the space, and you're kind of like, okay, I'm gonna go to the first set, and then I'm gonna wander over here, and then what's next? What's the destination?
You're asking, is the jog necessary, Seth? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, is the jog necessary? And I guess if it's strictly responding to topography, are there other considerations that would have been maybe a more appropriate response to the site?
Well, there's also, is it necessary, but you could also ask, is the north-south orientation necessary? That seems to be the only thing that's determining that angle. I don't see any site work that says that angle is somehow significant. So it just seems almost, well, it's perpendicular to the page, which is unfortunate in a site influence studio. So, I would say it a little stronger than what Seth is saying, that first of all, finding if there's a natural ridge along that peninsula, which I think Seth has drawn for you, then why not use that as the spine? And where the spine starts to break down as you get to the end of the scheme, maybe the scheme could too. I think in many ways that would have made a lot more sense. I even think that maybe alternating these double buildings so that in between you kind of get views of the site as you're walking along. Might have both given you more. I mean, there's no real advantage to them being aligned, is there? I mean, there's no cover there. You're going inside or outside of the building, whether you're on one side. So I just wonder, there's a lot that I wonder about. At the same time, I look at I think to me, the most convincing drawing is your axonometric, because there's quite a lot of thinking about a very fine a kind of accumulation of these very, very small scale framing members that seem to be projecting out and framing views laterally out, which is, I think, really, really strong. Unfortunately, there's no actual section, like a section that kind of could show that off more. And I feel that your renderings really need another pass or two to get them to be more persuasive about the quality of your scheme. I think they're probably all taken in the right place, but I just feel they're not, especially the second section perspectives, they're neither showing that really fine repetitive quality of those beams and columns, which I think is potentially one of the strongest parts of what you've got here. But they're also, I don't know, they're not kind of highlighting the spaces as you move through them. And part of this, and I will just admit, I have a terrible bias against section perspectives, because I think they often result in not very good sections and not very good perspectives. So I know it was required. I waived that for my studio, and you're doing them. But I think even these, they could be stronger if you had emphasized, for example, zoom in on that upper left section, the one on the top. Yeah. So like if we had really understood these beams as being, well, first of all, their strength is in the vertical dimension, not the horizontal dimension, right? If we'd sort of at a glance sort of seen those as opposed to the dark gray of the roof, I mean, they're there, but they're just getting overwhelmed. You know, the beam and column system that you've made, which I think could be quite elegant, is getting somewhat overwhelmed by the roof. And of course the roof is there, but there are ways of drawing it almost, kind of lifting it a bit that could maybe give us a stronger sense. I think also just the kind of having the fat dimension on this outer rung, which probably isn't even structurally, you would have the longer dimension vertical. I think these are little things that would help. And I know that probably a lot of it is stuff, from the structural standpoint, you get to learn, but from the kind of, the beauty of what you've got to show off and how to really put it to its best advantage is something to think about. These perspectives shouldn't be done once. They need to be done and then talk to your critic and then do them again. And, they take a lot of kind of post-processing, is what we kind of call them. They can't just be right out of V-Ray, or they're not going to be any good.
I agree with you, Wendy. Yeah, and then also just like little things. I don't know why there's this solid here. Like there's a great opportunity to express the,
the view.
What?
The view.
Yeah,
I mean, that's where the view is going.
And then because what I can imagine, you could have a different type of rendering that is at dusk, where all these little things are lit up and it's kind of like filtering through, and there's like this kind of a great experience. And I think just get rid of, like, I don't know if the program required it, but I mean, like I said before, I'm not going to tell you to break all the rules, but there's certain ones that if you have a strong party and like this tectonic expression, like celebrate it in both the interior and the exterior. It shouldn't be one-sided.
And I think that would be a great distinction to make between maybe what is a gallery space that may have a little bit more lighting control and these. And honestly, I'm also not even realizing that till now, because I thought, this was a great move to pull the program inwards from the exterior walls, but then having the same application, like this is kind of like the response to the gallery to try and mediate the natural light a bit. I definitely think there is an opportunity here to have these be a little bit more of the counterpoint to the galleries that have a little bit more enclosure, where these start to really have that filtered light condition happen around the perimeter of them.
Yeah. And so, well, if there's views out, this way, if you're saying, Charles, that this would be more solid, and so we're not looking out through this end, is that what you were saying?
I'm saying just as like the galleries, I think like if you see how the galleries have those white walls that kind of intersect with that
Mhm.
with that condition.
Oh, right.
And then
But then you cover them up.
Right,
You have
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think, going like pragmatically, like just planning program at a time, it's just, was there a requirement to have, say, I'm up with a plan now. I don't know if you guys can follow me. Like, was there a requirement to have the toilets like separated? Like, is maybe that you just add another pavilion and it's where the bathroom is? Because what's happening right now, it's kind of weird. Like, you're gonna have this view out, but it's only from when you go to the toilet. But you have the super, like, you designed the cafe or whatever that is, and then it could actually flip flop. So this is here. So when people come to take a rest, like we talked about, I think on Natalia's scheme, where Wendy said, like, museum fatigue, and like you want to get to the end, you're getting to the special place where you can rest. You don't want to only be able to see it when you're, in a water closet. I mean, they're nice bathrooms, but at the same time, that's not where you really want to enjoy this space and like the views out. So if you could consolidate like all of the bathrooms into like a one pavilion, add somewhere in between or make it a little small one or whatever, I think it would be stronger. Then you actually free up some of this wall space for museum stuff and exhibits.
Okay, I think we're getting close to time. We'll move on to Evan. He'll be the last presentation before we take a break.
Okay. So hi, I'm Evan. After the drilling accident on Lake Panier in 1980, the Diamond Crystal Salt Company ceased its mining operations, and the mining facility above ground was dismantled. What remains today is the foundation of the mining facility, as well as a few smaller and abandoned structures around the site. The idea of reclamation and integration into the site is the focal point of the proposal for the Jefferson Island Environmental Education Center. The foundation of the old mining facility is organized in a grid composed of 20 by 20 foot slabs. The gesture of the grid aided development of my concept, influencing the organization of spaces. The entire structure has been integrated with a pre-existing mine shaft, where the mine shaft has been extruded upwards and widened to emphasize the significance of the site's past that lies below the surface. The extruded mine shaft is the main anchoring point for a truss system that encases and supports the envelope of the building. The introduction of tectonic elements, mainly the truss system, draws the parallels to industrial past of the site. The foundation of the old mining facility has had partitions and trees added to emphasize the grid pattern of it, but it creates outdoor spaces and visitors can meander on this once they are done with the exhibit and once they enter it. But this does not cover up or hide the entire foundation so that visitors still can admire the footprint and scale of the old mining facility that stood before. So if we refer to the plans now, starting from the left one, visitors of the exhibit enter the site by following a pre-existing path that runs parallel to the foundation and uses a series of ramps on that foundation that have been put on the foundation from there to get down to the building. And from here, the visitors take an elongated ramp on the exterior, which is suspended between a truss system and the envelope of the building. And once inside, the visitors ascend upwards from the second level onto the second plan to a area which has the cafe in the beginning of the exhibit space. From here, visitors can choose to go to the cafe or continue through the exhibit, where once they go through, they end up in the salt mine shaft, where the salt wall will be hanging on the left side wall, and in the middle, the salt mine cage would be hanging from the ceiling. Once moving through that space, there's more exhibit space, and a ramp to the left can be taken upwards to the third level of the building. And from there, you ascend to another exhibit space, and you will take a catwalk through the salt mine shaft again to get a better view of that salt mine elevator. From there, you can exit out and you end up with the video room and the end of the exhibit, and you will take a elevator downward back to the lobby space where you can either choose to leave the facility from where you came or choose to take a ramp to the lower foundation, which you did not enter on.
You want to maybe at least just key in where these perspectives are taken?
Sure. So they are taken, I have them referenced in the plans. Those cuts. So the longer one is the section B and the shorter one is section A.
I just want to make sure I understand where exactly you are on the site. Can you go to the site plan? I hear that the middle of your long building is positioned on top of the mine shaft, which is there, right?
Yep.
So, and this is that old footprint of the old industrial building you're talking about. And so you're kind of bridging that, is it?
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And also just to clarify, so the main entrance is actually at the lower level.
It's at the higher one, further
At the
back.
higher level.
So that's more clearly seen in probably section from the back where there's a, back there.
Sorry, so you enter at this level back here.
Correct.
Yeah,
and then you descend down to the,
descend down. Okay. And what is the program in this level here?
there is more exhibit as well as there's a reading room up there. On the side that you're pointing at, and then on the left side at where there's a mezzanine, there's a video room, and the last parts of the exhibit would be there.
Is there anything intentional going on down here? And I guess what you might think of as the crawl space. I mean, can you get down here to this portion?
No, not on that side, but on the left side of the shaft, there's a breezeway, which is occupiable, but the other part is on a occupiable space. It won't be accessed at all.
I mean, the reason I ask is that, well, I have two. I think it's a really strong scheme, Evan. I think it's incredibly it seems really well explored and developed. And again, kind of at a level of sophistication in many ways beyond what could be expected in your third studio. We all have to remind ourselves of this, right? I think there's a lot that's really intriguing to me about it. But there are two things, and both of them have to do, I guess, site, Seth, you need to be more vocal because I'm having to be the site defense person. I just feel like, again, this is a scheme that could have engaged the site in a more intentional, powerful way in two dimensions and in two ways. So one is on the site plan, like I really would like to see an actual site plan. This is more of the site diagram, right? We don't even have the footprint of your building. So that you talked about it some, about the issue of the existing footprint of the old industrial building and how your building partially occupies it, but you've left over kind of courtyard / garden space. You didn't want to completely stick your building on top. So I think, and then I see in your plans, I'm seeing, some indications of how that might actually flesh out. But it gets less and less clear when we, there's no model that shows it. I can only kind of see a tiny piece of it in that axon, which is probably your clearest and most strongest drawing. But I would love to see, I'm imagining that these darker walls in plan are little site walls or curbs that kind of come up out of the ground. And that maybe there's changes in ground surface. Some are hardscape, some are grass, some are gravel, maybe some are water. I think there could have been a really amazing sort of base landscape that you design that your building kind of rises up out of. And right now, I think you've kind of tackled the geometry of how it would be subdivided, but like actually thinking experientially about what it would be like to move through those spaces and gardens, up to the kind of the reorientation to enter into your building. The other opportunity is similarly about that idea of being, kind of engaging the ground and engaging that falling slope. I mean, your building in many ways feels like it might be happier on a flat slope. I mean, it doesn't seem to really be taking and running with the advantage of being on the slope. But one thing that could have been really interesting is if you did, I do appreciate that you lifted it off the ground. I mean, that's clear. And I think you almost have to, because this idea of a frame building that just kind of crashes into earth is not an elegant thing. So given that it's already lifted off the ground, I really wonder if you could have had almost a side ramp. Again, you've left this big, open, somewhat unfleshed out courtyard, but it could have almost been like, I'm thinking of the Witch Memorial by Zimthor, the Stalnesset Memorial. It's this long, thin building, but you access it, you breach it on one end, literally perpendicular to its length. That could have been interesting. And then it would have maybe left room in this underground, under the building space that I pointed to before, for another kind of line of circulation, literally under the buildings, like you're walking under the pier at the beach type of thing. And that space could get taller and taller as the land is dropping away, right? So, I mean, these are quibbles maybe, or just, I know how strong you are, so just to throw something out there that you might consider as a potential of the scheme you've made that are so far somewhat latent rather than fully explored. But I think it's tremendously persuasive building. I like the way you represented it. I think it's appropriate to the scheme, but it's not all gooey with greenery and stuff. I mean, this is a hardcore industrial structure. And the fact that you presented it that way, I think is convincing. And I actually think I would love, if nothing, more perspectives, because I think there are many really interesting places throughout your building that would be great to sort of see.
Yeah, so I'll go off of Wendy. Evan, I mean, it's a really strong scheme. And I think I really enjoyed the consistency and representation, and kind of to challenge Wendy a bit on the site thing. I think his how he addressed site is with the party and kind of like the history and taking advantage of the shaft and using it as a formal gesture, and then having, it's the first time I think the actual like thing that they would use for mining that cage like is actually celebrated. And then he didn't make the salt wall an afterthought. He actually celebrated that. And I think when we go back to representation, I don't think the red, I think what you should do, so I'm going to go to the little axon at the top, is that this in your representation should have been celebrated, because that is what you are like. Everything else, like the architecture, it's great. It's very tectonic. It kind of like it goes back to even like the oil rigs and like the many pieces that go together to make like, the rigs that would pump the oil back in the day. Like it's very light rather than like what the salt mine was, like this super stereotomic, this like very dense thing. And, how you celebrate that in representation could have been really, really great. And like, it could have been more rough, whereas everything else is kind of more modern and slick and, thought out structurally and, like that. But I mean, overall, there's a lot of ramps, it gives me anxiety. Like I would never want to do all those calculations. I don't know if they're right, but it gives me anxiety.
They are ADA.
Yeah, they are. Are they really?
Yeah,
it took you a while. But no, I mean, I appreciate the rigor in that. But yeah, it's like, I think if you would have, like, say in this section, if you would have made this black, you would have never got comments from Wendy. She would have never known that was, that you could go under that little crawl space.
You probably would have, just because I feel like, hey, that's what you're paying for. You need to get some criticism. Otherwise, you don't learn, right? There's always something more you can do, But yeah, right. Robert's comments are really spot on. I guess I'm so used to, I've gotten a little inured to seeing the mine shaft located, but truly, yeah, clearly as a placement mechanism. And now I'm understanding your scheme a little better. But so the garden that is suggested in all the plans is at the bottom. It's at the destination, not at the top, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So it's actually not
Yeah.
associated with the upper level court. So I guess what I'm saying is I want more at the top of what you have at the bottom, And I do agree. I think Robert's point is very well taken. That thing, that shaft should appear as this, it looks like it in the section perspective, real opaque monolith. It's just piercing through all of this fine steelwork, and in the
And it could have had like a texture to it, like
and
even
then
just in the
it's
in
solidity,
the section.
Like
Yeah.
it's solid, like almost salt dome kind of coming up through the, breaking up through the building. And it's kind of hidden in the external, imagery of it. But it's such a great project.
Yeah,
Thank
I agree.
Yeah, great. I think, yeah, very well thought out and well represented. I mean, I think it's interesting when as soon as we got to this one, I immediately thought of Richard Rogers' project. And unlike not to advocate for disconnecting from the site, but I think having the building land at this upper level in section, I think one of the questions I have, I mean, this is a very robust kind of structural approach. Why have it touched the ground again? And if you don't need this, or can this program be outdoor program, to really just emphasize the structure over, like, I think, this frame floating, supporting this building, capturing the salt mine shaft, would be really powerful if it didn't hit the ground again.
And I completely agree. And I know why you're doing it, because you're trying to get people down to that garden that you made. But if the garden was really at the top, and you have maybe this understory, right, that you could actually bypass the building and just travel underneath it to get to the lower part of the site, then maybe you wouldn't feel the need to have this L dropping. It is a bit inelegant, when you have, although again, I think you've kind of camouflaged very artfully the inelegant aspect of it, because the exoskeleton, right, the red frame in the lower right image, it doesn't bend down to an L, right? It's just the volume, the vessel that's sitting within it. So it's hard to fault this project, but there are some, I think, things that I would have at least tried, and maybe you did and rolled them out. That idea of lifting it up a little higher and having people actually be able to cascade underneath, or having you really using the footprint of the old industrial building as a forecourt, even if this is the final garden, the one that you were thinking about down at the waterfront. But these are quibbles, my friend.
Thank you.
Project, beautiful.
All right. Well, we're at time. Thanks, Evan. And that puts us at our break. So we're doing pretty good with time overall. So let's do a 10-minute break if critics are y'all cool with that. 10 minutes.
That would be great.
We reconvene at 3:35.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right.
Sounds good.
See you shortly.
Bye.
Hello. Can you hear me? I have to
Yep.
reconnect my Bluetooth.
Yep.
Okay. You never know. All right. I think we're ready to get going, and Kayla's going to kick off the second half.
Where are we going?
We are going left. Yes. All right, Kayla.
Hello. So I chose my project on the pier site because I felt it represented the historical aspects of the drilling disaster and the variety of natural conditions that Jefferson Island has as a whole. While analyzing the site, I explored the contrast between the natural conditions and the man-made conditions, as well as the contrast between historical and current conditions of Jefferson Island. If you look at my site analysis plan, you can see that the entrance to my project is located at the convergence of 3 main pathways on the island. I indicated where the
It's
direction.
a little loud, Kayla.
The background noise.
Should I bring it up? Should I see
The background noise as well.
Yeah,
Just tell them to be quiet.
Okay, is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. You can see the entrance to the project is located at the convergence of the pathways, and the arrow indicates the directionality of my plan. And I developed my project using the prepositions that Norman presented in the initial presentation. We discussed those in the lectures. And if you look at my axon, you can see the concept of on and how it's present and how the plane of the walking surface seems to be on the water. And the idea of in is presented in how the path on the side that completes the circulatory system walks in the marsh area without having to actually walk through the marsh. And then if you move to my section, you can see the idea of above and how the plane of the pathway actually floats a little bit above the water. And then I also used the contrast between stereotomic and tectonics in my design. In the section, you can see how the buildings make up these large stereotomic masses in the water, and the circulatory space is this thin tectonic plane. And then you can also further see that in my plan, which is to the left, in the contrast between the thickness of the walls and the big thick buildings, and then the thin plane and the thin railings. And then integration with history was a big important part of my plan, which led to the positioning of the building masses, which are all surrounded by the historical posts. So you can see that each building is kind of placed in between the posts. And then if you go down to my perspectives, you can see in my cafe perspective, which I think is the bottom right, you can see how people can directly interact with and see those posts. And then the circulation emphasizes like the idea of mystery and arrival. You can see in the entryway perspective, you can't see the posts or the final gallery space. So it all becomes evident as you move through the space. And then if you go back to the cafe perspective, you can see this big wall that hides the gallery space behind it. So you don't really get to experience that until you're actually there. Nothing gives anything away. And then if you move to the left, you can see my gallery perspective, which is the final arrival, which features a large window facing the direction of the sinkhole. And then when it is raining, as you can see it in the bottom perspective, the slope of the roof allows for water to fall and create this waterfall effect. And then if you move over to my models, you can see how I explored the idea of reflection of the water, particularly in the top two models. There's a glass plane that allows the light to reflect up onto the water and up into the space and create this unique patterning.
Thank you, Kayla.
wants to take a first pass?
Sounds like you're up, Seth.
So, no, I think appreciate the graphic clarity, especially the with the perspectives, and the models are really nice. Those are, well, I think those are pretty successful. Again, I guess I'm a little curious. You mentioned that again, the arrangement of these kind of individual pavilions were driven a little bit by the historic piles. Were there any other, or what were some of the other considerations in terms of kind of sequence and placement? Again, these are kind of planned north in terms of their arrangement on the page, but what were there other considerations in terms of how you cited them in the lake?
Do you mean by like the sequence of the actual building spaces, or do you mean by like the directionality of the build?
Both, yeah, in terms of the kind of cardinal orientation of them, and then also the sequence in which you move through them.
So the orientation of the space is all along the orientation of the pier, so it all leads, like the length of it leads directly towards what the sinkhole site would be, so that way you have that gallery view. And then as for sequencing, when you first come in, you come into the video exhibition, which I think is a good way to like get a lot of information about the site before you like walk into the space, so you actually understand what you're seeing. And then the intermediary spaces, all those little blocks, are a lot of the programmatic spaces. There's the cafe, which leads out to this outdoor cafe space, which I wanted to have rather than an indoor space. You could experience everything that I've mentioned before. And office spaces are right above that, and reading room. Those are just located along the line of the pathway.
Yeah, and I think, I guess, and this may be kind of a comment too that we'll echo at the end a bit, but it's tough. South Louisiana is a difficult environment in terms of kind of porosity and things like that. But in this scheme in particular, I think the gallery space is successful as a kind of that view. Reminds me a lot of Glenstone. But I am kind of curious. There's not a huge kind of indoor-outdoor relationship in some of these other, smaller pavilions. And just kind of curious, you're over the water, but you don't ever get to actually touch the water anywhere, right? You don't get down to the water here.
On the little, sorry.
Okay.
On the little side pathway, I have that one that kind of interacts with that marshy area, so you do get to go down into it. I think it's just more of like leading up, leading up to the big reveal, and then you kind of get to go down and further enjoy that space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just curious if there's larger moments for that to happen, and then in terms of kind of the sequence, I guess just one question in terms of the cafe placement would be kind of similar to a few things on some of the earlier ones. Is is there a way to keep kind of the idea of hiding the gallery reveal kind of at the end, but still giving some of these interstitial outdoor spaces better views over the lake, right? Because the cafe is kind of tucked back. You still get views out, but you don't get the kind of the long view from that place, which presumably is a place that a lot of people will spend a fair amount of time when they're there.
So like swapping number 5 with say number 2, right? So
yeah,
is that where?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that comment. I mean, I really like kind of like the idea of just like discovery through a museum experience. I mean, I've had the opportunity to go to Glenstone, and Seth spent a lot of time of his life there, and while he was working on a landscape, and that is a great precedent for a museum experience. I mean, it's definitely a different location in like the landscape, but at the same time there's a lot to be learned, because there it's like they have the marsh area. I mean, Seth can talk more about it, but almost all of the spaces have these moments of discovery that frame specific, natural features. So it's like, I mean, I think you did it well with the, the existing kind of like relic of what the pier used to be. So I think that's strong, but, going back to Seth's points, like really thinking programmatically, where those moments happen and kind of have that as a diagram would be great. But overall, I really like the idea of discovery.
Yeah, this is another one that I feel really you would benefit so much by having the site plan and almost like a before and after, and maybe the diagram that Robert's talking about in between, so that we understand how these buildings are placed and oriented the way that they are, to miss the columns or to view the columns or to somehow have a relationship but not replace or displace the columns. Seems like you're not getting the credit you deserve from your presentation for, I think, what was probably a very acupuncture kind of building placement process, right? And site location process. I also think that maybe those piers could, in some cases, like, it seems like maybe that's happening. I'm trying to figure out what this is right here. That maybe they can't ever puncture up through the building, but maybe they could puncture up through the deck, and that might even call more attention to some of them, right? When they do. So like, I'm looking at this line of them, which is well within the bounds of your project per se, right? And I'm wondering if it might have been beneficial to actually, if the walkway / piazza that you've made, right, was somehow bigger, but it had either a trench, a continuous cut through it to emphasize that these are coming up out of, or they're coming up individually or something. I think it actually, then that's now an exhibit space too. And the exhibit piece is a portion of those piers. So I think that could have been clearer that you were being so careful to leave them but to be next to them. So then the question, inevitably comes, so what are they doing for you, So that's one thing. The other thing is, I completely agree. Was it Robert or Seth? Both. I think we're talking about bringing two more inboard. It really seems like a very privileged location for the bathroom. As far as I can tell, that's all it is. On the left is just a, I guess, mechanical closet or something of building 2. And this kind of makes me feel in general that I might have wanted to do some grouping, especially of the kind of what I call the body support buildings, and get them closer to the land. I mean, when I had I guess I had 3 pier schemes in my studio, and I was really advocating for the idea of, keep anything to do with cafe that makes garbage that needs to come and go, and deliveries of food that come and go, and the bathroom and infrastructure of that kind, like keep it near the land, because otherwise, think about what that means. You're running these huge pipes, and people are coming with dollies and garbage, you know what I mean? So keeping all that kind of stuff closer to this front edge. And I see one reason that this can't, I was sort of first thinking maybe that could just be one building and deal with all of that lobby, video. This is video, right? Bathrooms, stuff like that. And then, but then I saw this and I thought, oh, well, that's why, and that makes perfect sense to me. I do think you could have had this be almost the prep kitchen lobby, this piece, the bathrooms, etc. And then this really to be able to be free and clear, to be just a beautiful cafe that gets the view. It seems kind of like an obvious thing to me. I also think in general that, like, if seems like this could just loosen up a little bit and it would allow you. So like, for example, the diagonal that I drew, just kind of connect points. So maybe if the buildings are all on the same geometry, maybe the deck could be a little bit freer to do kind of what it wants to do and not be quite so rigid about these kind of right, left turns on this geometry that has really nothing to, it's not, if it was that way because of the piers and the kind of grid that they were laying down over the water, that would be one thing, but I really don't think the piers are on any discernible grid. They clearly must have been once at one time, but not so much now. So I mean, I drew that and then I hated it. So I don't know if it should be, I'm not sure, but I think maybe thinking a little bit more about the placement of the buildings, the role of the buildings, and then the role of the path as its own kind of whole other experience. And you started it, and I think it was a good thing to start it by saying, well, you know, if you don't want to return the way you came at the upper level, you got to worry about, you know, getting your feet wet. But anyway, I'm creating this totally other experience down here on this lower portion where you step down and you're really right above the water. I mean, I love that idea. It makes the deck more than just circulation. It makes it actually some sort of public space that has intentionality to it, and the different parts serve different kind of exterior programs or experiences. So I think it's a really very clear project. I kind of wish it had the time to go one more step of, again, just sort of really thinking through some of these pragmatic issues, but also letting some component of it be freed up to be somehow a little bit more, I don't know, dare I say landscape geometry-ish oriented, you know? I don't know, Seth, help me out here. I'm running out of words, but I think you know what I mean.
I mean, I think that's kind of the idea that those deck spaces can become more, what the formal resolution of it is, you know, TBD, but more of, you know, kind of the matrix that the pavilions sit upon. And I do think the idea of having, even if they got larger or the form changed, you know, that they're punctured somehow either by void or by columns, you know, would help, you know, add some interest and also kind of usable space as well, since this is all over the water.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, like in your renderings, it's actually floating. Or it's not really. It doesn't seem like it's supported. Like that walkway is not really supported, you know, by anything. And so there could be a juxtaposition between like the old piers. They could be, you know, a different materiality. They could be actually look like they were designed and that support your, I guess the dichotomy between the relic of what was a pier and then this new kind of pathway that you created. Then it's, you know, it's functional, it's holding up the deck, you know, it's lightly touching, you know, they could come up beyond the level of the deck. They could be, you know, actually like experienced. So like you start to use structure as a way to feed back to, you know, the old, and like creating kind of like a relationship between that. That's, you know,
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of opportunity with this guy.
All right. Excellent. So thank you, Kayla. We'll move on to Cole.
All right, I'm going to share my screen.
Okay. Not okay.
You can see this,
All right.
yes?
Yep.
All right. I have named this project axis based on the three axes I viewed from above. The Jefferson Island house to the mine shaft, the old dock, and the peninsula plain, the shoreline. This will be later exemplified in my next Part 2 model. However, this drawing right here is shown how I see circulation working through the three bars. I'll be calling these axes when they form into a rectangle of bar. This Part T model shows the axes and the house or the building as it takes place. The three materials that you could see, I'll show from above. The wood that's sunken into the ground is in the ground and underneath. Then the brown material is the cork that that I use for temperature control and it's kind of blending in with the atmosphere. This cork takes on a different quality when baked and prepared differently. Then the cafe is in this plastic, a clear see-through material because I see it as a glass cafe. This my first drawing is the bar that's sunken in to the hillside. That on the left is its private offices and storage and mechanical, and then in the middle, the cage is dangling above the original mine shaft, and then to the right you have 3 video rooms and bathrooms, and on either end retaining walls holding the site up. Then you have I have the middle bar that relates to the mine shaft and the Jefferson House that's built on the site. Lobby, then descension through ramps into the 4 landings, 2 of which at the beginning are the reading rooms, and then on the lower 2, the exhibition and the gallery. Then you can exit out the bottom and make your way back up through exterior ramps to the Glass Cafe, which will view upon the dock, old dock. This is the final, largest scale that shows the Jefferson House in a built environment, and then my proposal, and its green roof, where the middle bar will actually be accessible. This jog section, all my drawings from here on will have the little pictograph in the top right of its relationship to the land. Then, so this jog section goes through the cafe and the bottom bar, and has the exterior cork rectangular siding or facade on it. Then I suggest to go on concept board and zoom in because I can't really do so if you want clearer detail. Then this section.
You want me to do that, Cole?
After I'm done with the presentation, I would just, if you have questions about, it's hard to see from this angle. Then from this section right now, it's going through the center bar where the cage is dangling over the original mine shaft, and you can see the 4 landings, and the skylights, and then the salt wall, which will become clearer in the next drawing, where I position the salt wall going through the 2 gallery landings and glass on the outside. So it can be enjoyed from the exterior and interior, and piercing it with holes to allow light to flood in, and a bit more evidence of that green roof. This is how these skylights acting as benches as well on the ground floor or outside externally, but it also allows for light to stream into the video rooms. This is my axon, which gives a bit more context to the Jefferson House and the peninsula itself, and then the dock. This is one entrance, then the second entrance where you could walk on and then descend into the lobby. Then interior landing, like when you enter through the lobby. And then finally, resulting in the cafe, where you can look upon like the cafe with these movers that direct your view and light. That is it.
So if you want to start, since you probably, I think you have to leave in a second.
No, I've got another hour.
Oh,
hard
another
stop
hour.
At 5. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Oh, shit.
No, I can start with saying that I appreciate a large site plan that shows the existing house. That's nice
Same.
with circulation. I did have a question on the two plans. I guess the floor plans immediately to the left. What is the dark gray mass supposed to represent there?
Through the hillside.
So yeah, that's a higher elevation. So where he's cutting his plan, it's like I had the same confusion. So it's like
I
slicing
did
off
too.
the top.
I thought he flooded the big part of the
I
site.
thought
it was water.
Getting
Yeah, exactly.
excited.
I was thinking, is this salt? Is it water? I don't know what it is, but okay, so it is.
Because then I was like,
Just
well,
a
no,
datum.
they
Yeah,
can't
it's just a
both
datum
be
in the- okay.
Fabergé, right?
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Yeah.
so the
one
gray
thing
is Fabergé, and the,
while we're
and the
on this-
black is water, right? I mean,
Yeah. So while we're on this, would have been great for, I mean, pretty much everybody's project is showing kind of like a little sectional diagram on each one of those. Like you can do this after for your portfolio and stuff. So it's super clear of where it's being cut and then kind of what the topography is and where water is and, where you're building. It could be just a simple diagram. It's going to take you 5 minutes. It'd be really helpful.
or just show section indicators on your plans. I mean, that
True.
alone would help. But I agree, more diagrams would also be good.
Yeah. I'm gonna. I mean, I think that again, this is can tell that you've put effort into this and it's well thought out. I did have just a form question, I guess. If we look at the section perspective, maybe that helps. Just curious, the ramping down the interior ramp with the kind of programmatic spaces on that makes sense. But I am curious as to why you also chose to keep the roof or to slope what I'm presuming is an occupiable green roof in that same direction. Just in terms of what it might do to the interior volume. Is that is there a rationale behind that, or is there any reason why you couldn't open up this end volume, right? If this was a slope in the upward direction, your interior volume grows as you progress down to this kind of view out to the lake. And that just struck me just kind of right off the bat as a question, rather than kind of you're both moving downward in the ceiling, the interior volume is only following you down as you move through the building rather than opening up. And didn't know if that was intentional or something that might be considered.
I guess the original thought was when accessing the green roof, you would descend down to get closer to the shoreline, I suppose, or getting a different view. But yeah, that would be a good idea.
Yeah, just something that might be worth looking at it, from what it does to both from the kind of the prospect that you're going to get from the green roof experience, right? It is you've created this, promontory overlook, regardless, and then maybe it's a way to leverage that from an interior standpoint as well. A little curious about I actually really I like the kind of overlapping bar scheme, and I certainly appreciate the daylighting into the lower level. But just so the main access to the lower level is via the stair or one of these two kind of portals. Is that you either enter here or here?
So the arrow to your right would be private. So you would go through storage and then go to the offices. The arrow you made to your right, oh wait, no, I meant left, sorry. Your left arrow, left side, private, right, going to the bathroom, the video. But when you first visit the site, I would imagine the tour would go to Jefferson House first and then to this building. So then that's why I saw them go over, down the hill and then descending into these stairs. So keeping the downward motion going into the lobby.
Yeah. So I guess, in that in that context, I mean, the two things would then be, you know, it's a little hard for me to see if is that a monumental stair? Is it a grand stair down, the procession down into the space? It's kind of more of an offset condition, it looks like. And then also, you know, the kind of the more practical aspects of elevators and all that kind of stuff that, you know, how does that manifest itself at that entrance? Can you do that in a way that doesn't impede the view and or kind of the procession down into the space?
I'm really fixated on that too. The intersection between the top bar and the bottom bar and what happens at their intersection, which is importantly at the shaft location. Just seems like it would have a bigger impact on both bars and the whole, maybe even the whole entry sequence. So if I go on your, what I mean by that is, let's see, if I look at your lower level plan, for example, where I guess I'm seeing this is the shaft, right? Right here. Oopsie, my point size is way too big. Trying to get rid of it, but it won't go away. Where I put the blue dot, that's the shaft, right? So it seems like, I mean, that whole space would be, you know, which also coincides with the overlap of the two bars, could be a big grand kind of hall with a very monumental stair down, and off to the side you would have your obligatory elevator, you know, or something right there, have it do it all at once, so that when you get to the upper level plan, you know, if you shift over to the bottom now, there would be a mark of that. I mean, there would be a consequence and a mark of that. We would understand that. I know part of that is double height space anyway, so I'm thinking you're almost already there. But if you really took into account that this kind of, I guess there's a little bit of a pooch out, right? Where I don't know, it's on one side or the other. Here, it's on this side, right? I don't know. I mean, what would we lose? The hat rack for the secretaries at the reception or something. Doesn't look like much going on here in the top floor plan. So I would be really tempted to just kind of carve it all out. You walk around it on the side anyway. You're connected to the rest of the building with this side circulation. But I would make more of the, you know, this one point where you have the overlap of the two bars, and importantly, it happens to be right at the location of the shaft. I think I would expect that to be a bigger deal and clearer. Much less so, I'm wondering whether it also seems a bit casual that the way I guess let's go to the one with the all plans on one page. That may be a little easier to see. You know, there's also a direct, you know, kind of plan overlap, if not in section, of the cafe. You could scroll to the right a little bit.
Yeah.
And that lower level. And I'm wondering if, I mean, I understand that programmatically they maybe don't have anything to do with each other, but when you have a kind of, they are part of your building. They're all part of one building. That's what I'm saying. I think you're treating them a little bit three different buildings, but they're one building. And I'm wondering if that could have had maybe it could have been really subtle. Maybe it's just that the hallway that goes down along these program pieces at the end, it kind of flares out to daylight. It doesn't just kind of end as a corridor. Some acknowledgement of what's going on above, because then if you look at your axon, then I think you would have had, you know, a much more elegant joint between the dugout, right, and the cafe, so that in fact they were essentially coincident. It would have been more, you know, like that, with this whole thing being down below, if you're following what I'm saying.
Yes.
It's a little tweaks, but I think it does go to the importance of thinking sectionally as much as you think of in plan. And what are the opportunities or even you know, disruptions that you have to resolve on these various levels. I agree with I think the siting strategy and alignments, if I understood them correctly, seems really strong. There is something going on with your site plan, which frankly, if I were you, I would change for the final version, where it seems like, I think we all believe that this is the access that you're lining up with, but for some reason of the Jefferson House in the LA, but I mean, visually, it seems like your building is, and maybe you moved it on purpose to hit the shaft. I don't know. But then I think somehow you need to acknowledge that somehow. It's either on that axis or it's not. So it's just an observation. Maybe you could fake it for the sake of the site plan. I wouldn't be above that, I don't think, because that's your intention, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I agree with Wendy. I think I disagree on the pooch out for an elevator and all of that, because I think the purity of the bar, and like once that's oriented like with the Jefferson House, it's super powerful. But then just put the pooch out in the anomaly, the big building, and use that for those types of things.
No, my elevator is off to the side. You misunderstood me.
Oh, I thought you meant it would break the bar.
No.
Oh,
No.
okay.
No,
Okay,
I'm just
never
looking
mind.
for a
We
slightly
agree.
bigger double height space over
Right.
the part. So that orange that's below would get flipped a bit, but it would be the width of the bar.
Got it.
Just
Okay,
pretty
cool.
close to what he already has. It's just a slight change, and there might even be a skylight, where the shaft is above, or something like that, to let light down at that point.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to like kind of like the anomaly building, and I just have a question. It's like, why is that? I guess with its type of roof, yeah, I mean, like you have a pretty modernist expression and minimalist expression on like where the museum is, where those exhibits are, how that bar works, and how it's embedded. It's super, like, it's great in terms of like respecting the site and view lines. And then there's like this little thing that sits out, on that hill. What was your inspiration for that?
Like most of the site is, if you go there, is underground, and you can't really understand what's there unless you're taught it. So that's what the idea of like this program would be. But I wanted to keep that kind of untouched feel a little bit, where I didn't want a huge skyscraper. A lot of like these big projects are like overtaking landscape, and when you look upon the lake, especially, it's all like small houses, and it's like kind of a Louisiana neighborhood almost. So something subtle in the landscape would be appreciated.
How tall is that? Is it like the top of the roof? Is going to be what the height of the trees, or is it going to be lower than that? Is it double height, or?
It's I've been doing it where it's 15 feet between roof and ceiling.
Okay.
And plus the railing of the green roof, so like another 3 feet or so, but nothing more.
Oh, I was talking more about the
cafe.
The cafe. That's one I was like more curious about. Like, so the top of the gable.
Yeah, nothing more than 20. I think the height is 20, and then it slopes to the interior or the other bar.
Yeah, I think it's like if you could even make it smaller if you want to take that minimal approach. I mean, this is just my opinion. It definitely like shows it's like something that is like an object in the landscape, because the main building is very set in, very low lying. You probably wouldn't even see it until you found it. So it's like kind of like this found little space, which I really appreciate. It's great. It's just like, then I see this thing that's like the cafe that's out like floating. Does that need to be, that scale or that form? And, I mean, if it's for the vernacular, then it kind of makes sense. Like it could just be like a little house in the woods.
Yeah, with like the glass, it's being pretty much all glass and then lots of louvers. It would kind of appear and then reappear based on how you approach it.
Okay, cool. No, I mean, I think it's a great kind of like idea, kind of this little appendage that connects to the overall building, as Wendy mentioned.
All right. Well, I think we're at time.
Great
Conversation.
representation. I really liked it. It was clear, good site plan, site connections. I really appreciated it.
Thank you, Cole. Yeah, we're scrolling over to Cameron to the left.
Yes, sir. Okay. Hi, my name is Cameron Richard, and this is my final project design for the hillside location of the infamous Louisiana landmark Jefferson Island. The island, as you may know, is known for its beautiful gardens, but also its historic salt domes, hundreds of feet below the ground. After conducting a site analysis at a 1 to 10,000 scale, narrowing my project's focus to the hillside location, the project began to mold around old concrete slabs showcased in the site plan. Through my initial iterations, utilizing more than one of the slabs, the size of the programmatic elements minimized my use of these foundations to only one, and the largest one on the edge of the lake. The project begins on each side of the building with entrances to lobbies and one large gallery, while leaving private spaces to the hallways which run adjacent to them. That includes offices, a storage room, and a bathroom on the east side, while a video gallery, theater, bathroom, and mechanical room which lie on the west side. The cafe is also separated and is only accessible from the outdoor on the east side. As described by the site concept, natural light as well as additive versus subtractive elements were chosen to be the project's leading schematic principles. The large skylights over the gallery spaces on each side of the building allow these public areas to be lit and the roof to be subtracted from. The roof of my design and its skylight subtractions are meant to be metaphorically representative of Louisiana's coastline and the constant land loss to erosion each year. The manipulated use of natural light is representative of vegetation and how shade and light help cultivate Louisiana's vast amount of sugarcane, cotton, and other important crops annually. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. Hey, Cameron, if you don't mind, this question may come up right now, but
yes, sir.
The cafe is located on which side of the
on the
floor
east
plan?
side. So
like plan left or right if I'm looking at it?
Right.
Right. Okay, east side. I got you. I didn't see the north.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it does. So you can get into it with the steps on like the outside of the big like actual building space. But if you enter on that ramp, or honestly, if you enter either ramp into that main space, you can't actually access the cafe from there. And you could sort of see the access point in that big perspective on the lower right side.
Clearly, I mean, there's a lot that I appreciated about your scheme and the way that you've presented it and drawn it. It's very clear where it is. Thank you. An updated site plan that has your project on it. That's helpful with the site path, infrastructure, so we understand how we get to it, and that you do intend for it to be, in a way, a kind of a gallery format. So you could approach it. You could, I mean, you might have a preferred approach, but you could technically approach it from either end and leave the other way. So, right? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Exactly.
Yeah, which is
Exactly.
very sensible for this kind of building. And it certainly makes sense in terms of egress and all other kinds of things, as well as just convenience. So there's a lot that I think is very smart and clear about what you're doing and how and why. I guess my one kind of offering would be that I really love what you're doing here at the beginning, coming from the east, where you have that courtyard. Although I'm damned if I understand why you don't made it a sunken one that that the cafe can kind of spill out on. I feel like you're a little cramped. I would make that whole thing the cafe at the courtyard and have the courtyard be down at that level. So, and it looks like you are, when I look at your perspective, it looks like you're entering. Oh no, it's at a higher level. But if you had sunken that as like a slightly sunken garden, it would have been a natural to pair up. Then you wouldn't have had to have this other kind of auxiliary space that's somewhat awkward up a bunch of steps, over to the right, mucking up your entry. By mucking up, I'm just picturing all these people on chairs and so forth with Starbucks coffee cups and things like that. Maybe not what you want people to see it. So anyway, I think you could have made more of that one, although I'm really glad it's there. And I also think that could have happened just more. Like there might have been other sunken gardens maybe along the way. I'm not quite sure what's going on in this room right here. Is that a gallery of some sort?
Actually, if you go like at a diagonal to that room, that there is one more like sort of like gallery space next to the more auditorium like theater video gallery, but that room is more of a lobby. Yes, I have access to the like just the landscape outside if they would like.
So it's an alternative entry to the building. Is that what you mean? This
exactly.
One
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes,
so
ma'am. It was sort of like an awkward. It was sort of like an awkward space because like I wanted to make sure like those two big pieces sort of joined in the middle, but it was sort of like what do I do with this?
Well, I mean, you have this thickened line, right? And the line jogs, so that is partly what makes it thick. And I guess what I'm thinking is that if you just had, and you have to keep in mind, right? This is the lake side over here. The lake and the lake view is over there. So they're not equal sides. This is higher elevationally than this, and it doesn't have the view. If I'm reading it correct, like look at your site plan, your site section. Sorry, see what I mean? So I think there could have been a little bit more. There seems to be like an attitude of like, if I have it all on the left, I have to have it on the right. If I have it on the left, I have to have it on the right. There's almost a reverse symmetry or a reverse symmetry of those two sides about the central line. And I think that maybe you were preoccupied by that to the point where you didn't really see the importance in a way of that line and the stuff that's facing that way versus into the ground. But these are, again, you can't catch everything. And I think you've got a great building. There's nothing wrong with your building, but I do think that maybe more attention to the possibility of more of these courtyards opening up along the way, period. They could be more sunken courts on the south side and more open courts facing the water on the north side. But I think that would just be an additional aspect of this scheme that would really, it would ground it a lot better. It would feel more sited. It would feel more grounded in the site and like it's taking advantage of the views that are, I'm sure, a big part of why you placed it there, right? I mean, you're now in full view of the lake.
Yes, ma'am. I sort of can't wait to like keep revisiting these perspectives because I do feel like they deserve a lot more work. But I definitely want to showcase how it's something I feel like I didn't showcase as well, but it is right along the water. That is why I picked it. Yeah, you're very right.
Yeah, so just opening it up more to that side, maybe more, at least one more. This whole thing, as I'm understanding, could have been another one of those outdoor kind of gardens. You called it a lobby, but the whole thing could have been opening up. In fact, it could have gone further, right? Until you hit grade. So I think, you know, the building is like ready, it's almost like it's an egg that's perfect that wants to be cracked open, made a little bit more asymmetrical relative to the conditions in all of the different, on the different faces. But I think it's a really strong scheme, and you clearly know what you're doing, and you know, it's a very controlled scheme, and that I think is, I call that a compliment. That's a compliment.
Thank you so much.
All of your project, it's not controlling you.
I agree. It's like extremely rational. Like it work in a planning perspective. I think the one thing, sorry, my dog's going crazy. One thing is like you're so close to the mine shaft. So if we look at like the site section, it's, you know, you're so close. And so a lot of schemes, what they've done is they've like built on top of the shaft. And it would be interesting to kind of give some like pizzazz, I would call it, to the scheme, is like, what if you came in and you could view it so that you can see it from, you know, say if you could stand here, you could look up and then you could also look down. Like, you know, it's theoretical, but at the same time, I think it's an opportunity to kind of celebrate the shaft in a different way than, you know, some of the other projects that we've seen. And it's, you know, it's an easy thing to, you know, I think it'd be a really cool rendering to see this craggly mine shaft like from, and the light coming down in perspective.
I think that's an awesome idea. In fact, I was even thinking the minute you focused in on that site section, I was thinking, why can't this site wall, or why can't this building wall be that wall? You know, essentially, which is similar to what you're suggesting, Robbie. I guess you're imagining an opening or kind of a tunnel view, but you just move the building back. I mean, this is just
that's true. Yeah, you could do that too. But like, but then you could have your gardens on either side though, right? So it could be like this little glass,
that's true.
You know,
right?
This little
that whole
like
area.
Bridge. Yeah.
Perfect. It's
yeah,
one of
finished
those
it.
Side courtyards, and that one gets a view of the mine shaft a little bit further down. Great idea.
Okay.
Wait, I have one thing, Charles. One more thing.
Sure.
Just on the axon, like diagram section axon up there. Yeah. Just showing like where the water. I scribbled some stuff, but it really does help to show if this is the water that hatch, like the lighter hatch.
It sure is, but
Okay.
I did notice, like, I didn't really have a whole lot of time to revisit it at the end, so I was just kind of like running out of time. But I definitely agree. I completely agree.
Just like, even it could be just a different color or something like.
Yeah.
But no, it's good. It really helps understand where things are.
All right. Thank you, Cameron.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up is Aaron. We'll be scrolling to the left. Second from the beginning.
Oh, could I actually do the presentation?
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Are you seeing it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm Aaron. I started off by starting with the diagrams that we did earlier on in the semester. And initially, I aimed to diagram the change in the site over time in relation to the density of the trees and the canopy and the fluctuations of human development in the site, both of which were heavily affected by the presence of extractive operations of the salt mining and oil drilling. This led to a greater interest in the dynamic and ever-changing relationship between constructed and natural in general. So after visiting Jefferson Island at the start, the industrial history was no longer the dominating presence in the landscape to me, compared to when we were doing our research prior to visiting. The hillside of Jefferson Island became a focal point for me because it was relatively unscathed and has more of a central location compared to the other sites. The proposed intrusion placed on the hillside continues on the existing path along the hillside and parallels a series of tectonic spaces that proceed to carve into the site and reveal an excavated exhibit space at the end. This juxtaposition between these two conditions heightens the contrast of the types of experiences which can be approached literally by this path, as well as a reflection of Jefferson Island's history in the end. The facade is informed by the internal program, and it varies in density to form lighting conditions that are conducive to each space and its intended use. These occupiable spaces wrapped in this facade are rested together, are strung together and woven with this wooden facade that twists to reveal or enclose public or private program within each space. And then resting besides the path, the structure of the spaces is kept minimal in structure to reflect the relationship of these spaces to the land and surrounding community. Looking at the end of the path, the Storytime-like exhibit space is more enclosed and shows a break in this illusion of an untouched landscape, and kind of abandons this facade of the continued slope within the scheme, and confronts the intrusive path on the landscape to reconnect in a way that acknowledges how our relationships change with the land. Yeah. We can go back.
Okay.
Office.
Great. Thank you, Aaron.
So just a little, maybe if you can elaborate a little bit on exactly where the circulation, I mean, where the path is and where the pavilions sit on the site plan.
Yeah, so the site plan was from before. So the path would come along the south side where the Jefferson house is, and then up towards the pier and peninsula, but the hillside stops before that. So it's just that central, the part in like the very center.
Like somewhere in here, or
sorry, if you could go to a plan they're basically moved, like in the axon, it shows that first corner of where the coast of the lake turns. So that's in a corner that's the opposite of the pier. So that right there.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I mean, I think it's a little hard to put together or to get a sense of exactly what these small little programmatic pavilions look like, at least for me. I'm more captivated by the section of the gallery, I think, what's actually cut into the hill. That's maybe could use some more refinement, but at least is visually pretty compelling. The perspective of the pavilions is pretty hard to get a sense of what's happening. Even as an abstract kind of drawing, it's kind of confusing to me.
Yeah, so if we're looking at the wood, is the water to our left or is
To the
there
left,
trees? Okay. And I think what's confusing is there's really no change in like surface and how you identify the path and kind of like what the true enclosure is. It's fairly abstract, and I think this is a rendering you can definitely revisit because I think it could be powerful even if you were a bit closer. Maybe it was like near the entry of the piece that Seth was talking about, the one that's starting to carve into the ground, because the little pavilions they're pretty repetitive, and I don't think we need to see the same thing. It's part of your partie, but I think what's strong about your partie is like this thing that's like super dug into the ground that you I think spend some time on, and how light penetrates, but then also like the lightness versus like the stereotomic. So I think that would be a better view to kind of see those two things together. And then
Yeah,
also
but
just
I
like
think,
scale, like
Yeah.
the scale, like so having like a scale figure or something. I can see it in the section. There's like the cage and that stuff, but that's not really a human scale because I was never a miner and I never went down in one of those things, so I'm not really sure of that exact size. But I think like echoing Seth is that piece is I think one of the more powerful, and there's a lot of opportunity there.
Yeah, I'm very taken with the subterranean space as well. I think it's one of the more exciting spaces. And the minute I saw it, it really reminded me, and you might enjoy looking at, Aaron, Igualada Cemetery by Enrique Morales. There is a so-called chapel. It doesn't look like any other chapel you've ever seen. But if you can zoom in on that bottom image, Charles, it really reminds me, it reminds me of kind of what your space would probably be like, but predominantly dark, but then with these kind of shafts of light that come down in your case, in a rhythmic way. The image above that just shows, I think we should, next year, Charles, we have to really show them this project because it is a former mining site that has been, refashioned for a totally different type of human occupation and human use, a really ritualistic one. And so the roughness of the concrete there versus the new, I think there's just a lot of similarities. So anyway, I think you might enjoy looking at that project. I also gave you a link to all of those images. But my big point or my big suggestion would be to consider a way out of that subterranean space, or conversely, you could think about it as a different way in to your project. It seems like it's hard to tell because I don't see your project on your site plan. It seems like surely there would be an opportunity without going too far out of your way, to kind of go up a ramp or something. I guess it would have to be a ramp, set of stairs, kind of ramp, something up to grade. Trying to think how far away that would be, but the depth of that subterranean piece is such that I think you wouldn't have to go very far. I'm looking at the section now, right? And maybe it's a switchback ramp that goes parallel to the slope instead, right? It's more like that. And it eventually gets to grade. But I would like that room better if it was sort of either, if you thought about it as, excuse me, this descent entry into your project, or as a kind of a culmination, but then you're released back out onto the site and you don't have to just turn around and go all the way back the other way to leave your project.
Yeah, Aaron, I just wanted to comment on the perspective. I know we were going out on a limb with, I think, the representation technique of trying to allow it to be a conceptual representation of an idea, but I think that it is really the depth of the landscape and the filtered light that gets a little bit too washed out. So I think having a little bit of the balance of the abstract lattice of these objects, but then having a little bit more legibility with the depth and the vistas, kind of what's, like Robbie's mentioning, the water, some indication of like what elevation we're at, you know, some simple little cues, I think, would help the perspective a lot. I think the shadows really need to be a lot more dramatic, where they just really get a little bit washed out with the, it's hard to tell what's shadow and what's not shadow, I guess on the ground. Okay. I think we'll move on. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Hello.
I have a PDF ready.
Okay. Let's see. And this may be Seth's last one.
Yeah, I apologize. I have to had something come up in the last minute.
All right, I will stop. All right, Paulo, you should be able to. Sure.
Jefferson Island, infamous for its mining disaster of 1980, it possesses a rich history that dates back hundreds of years. The island presents multiple sites surrounded by diverse flora and historical remnants. Regardless, through my site analysis, I chose to focus on the built environment within the island. Out of all the available sites, it may be argued that Water's Edge holds the strongest relationship to the land's history, which in turn makes it the most fitting for the Jefferson Island Visitor Center and exhibit. On its own, Water's Edge is an extensive site with various interesting attributes. Nonetheless, the ruins of mining operations, most specifically the mine shaft itself, are arguably the most important landmarks of the island. As such, the Visitor Center focuses on the pre-existing structures on site in an attempt to make emphasis on the past through present experience. The first attempt at achieving said goal is the connection between the pre-existing foundations left behind by the mining operations. Conceptually, the project could be thought of as two individual pieces of a whole. One piece which holds the stereotomic attributes and the other tectonic attributes. In regards to the staircase, it implements an open tectonic cage, which defines new space, yet remains minimally intrusive to the site. Visitors would approach the structure from the upper level and are allowed to traverse through one platform to another throughout this exposed exterior staircase. The cage itself would be made out of rusted steel, in allusion to the industrial work that once took place many years prior. On the other hand, the stereotomic portion of the project would focus on the mine shaft itself, as it borrows qualities from such as the wide load bearing walls and the materiality. To further develop this concept, the shaft is extruded through and slightly beyond the rest of the structure, creating double height spaces all around the shaft and catwalks for circulation on the upper level, and the sharper contrast between the pre-existing and the newly built. In addition, the double height condition around the shaft, along with the skylights in the ceiling, would create a natural shower of light, which would envelop the shaft itself.
All right, thank you, Paolo. Let's switch back over.
So, Paolo?
You go ahead, Wendy. You have more history on this, but like, go ahead.
Oh, no. Did I interrupt you? I'm sorry. I just have a clarification question or two, and then you can. Is the shaft, you're using the shaft as your entry point to the project?
No, the entry point would be at the upper foundation that's already there, and
it's an elevator, Wendy.
And the shaft would just be an extrusion of load bearing walls.
I mean, so on your site plan, where is your building? I guess is what I'm asking, because I see the shaft on your building floor plan and on the site plan, but I don't get
On the site plan, it would be around the shaft. It's essentially an offset of the shaft itself.
It's down here, right? Is it down here?
No, it's directly on it. The shaft is in the center of the whole project.
So, so what
Oh,
I
the
think
floor
is
plan,
the
that is an
shaft is
elevator.
as the elevator, which is masquerading as the
Okay.
shaft. Oh,
It's
I got
the,
it.
it's the elevator. You've been looking for one all day.
I know.
It's not the
the best
elevator.
drawn elevator.
Right out front too. Right out. First thing you see. Okay. All right. Thank you. I got it now, I think. But does that mean that you're okay? Never mind. I'll
The
figure.
shaft, just to clarify, the shaft is not the elevator.
Right. No. The shaft is in line with the elevator though,
Correct. Yep.
on axis with it.
Like somewhere.
Okay, so I still don't know where it is then either.
But so
That's
no,
okay.
Seth, I think you're right. Like it. I mean, that Wendy brings up that point. This is the shaft, like where the X
This
is. That
is?
where is that
Oh,
the
this
shaft?
whole thing is
Oh.
the shaft.
Yeah.
Oh,
So the
that's the
building
car.
is
That's
like
the little-
there. It's
Okay.
actually around that with a slightly longer side on one edge, I think.
Is there a
And you
do you have
enter
a section?
from this side, I think.
I don't know.
Yeah, when do you have it? It's just backwards. No, it's imagine the site plans. You come down the stairs on the east side of the shaft.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Got it. I think I got it. And so you enter at the upper level and the lower level, Paolo? You can enter at either level?
Essentially, yes. It's given that it's kind of a separate thing to the stereophonic like portion of the building. You could enter either way. The lobby, however, would be on
So, but here I can enter there or there.
No, one of those exits would lead to the cafeteria, which would be like almost hovering above the stairs.
Oh, above the stairs.
I think that would be best seen in this section perspective.
Doesn't help me. You know, you have 2 floor plans, but I'm wondering if you actually have 3 floor levels. Do you, or do you have 2?
Yeah, so when you come down the stair, you can enter here. You're saying this goes to the cafe program.
The other one is the cafe program. The cafe program is on the other side.
Yeah, I think the confusion is the cafe should be showing up on this plan because you're cut. I'm gonna draw it in the section perspective. The plan cut is up here. So I think that's part of the confusion. The cafe should be showing up on the plan that's cut at the upper entry level since they're on the same level.
So good, that's helpful. So you're approaching the stair like this, right? Is that right?
Yes.
That's how we approach. And we can see the cafe, but we can't get to it because there's the stairs between us and it.
Exactly.
So we hang a left to get into the first portion of the building. That's where the lobby, entry, gallery, whatever is, right?
The lobby would be there. Yes. The all exhibit spaces would be on the lower level.
I got it. Okay. And then this other opening is connecting you to the cafe. All right. I got it. Okay. Whew.
You can kind of see his chairs and stuff in here.
Yeah. I just didn't understand. Like it looked like there was a big stair
Oh,
between those 2
yeah,
entrances.
it is there. It's really light.
Anyway, that would be important to add that to your upper level plan, that cafe, I think.
Yeah, it's there. I think it's definitely
Super light, yeah. So
graphic
that's
clarity.
definitely graphic thing to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about that for days, but I think one of the most powerful thing is like I love that you just chose that you're going to focus on the shaft, and like everything else is going to be kind of like this Zoom esque like this like kind of box, right? And then what I am not convinced by is like trying to do too much with the idea of tectonics. I think you should have kept it as a simple like it, because you're pretty much, it's really rational, really simple. I mean, to represent this, it's difficult. I can understand, and we both, well, I think all of us agree on that. But the thing is like I like the idea of it being simple, and like, you know, that's when you could then focus on, say, representation of materiality. So imagine if that you figure out some crazy facade application of textured, so it looks like the salt mines, and it's like this thing that's almost like an extruded salt box, and like you celebrate that, because that's really what you're doing with this, you know, proposal. And just get rid of the wood, and I don't really think it's doing much for you. And like the that stuff that covers the stair or anything like that, it's like it's more about celebrating kind of the old, and like the shaft, and you know what happened in that, and then what materials were coming out of it. And really, I mean, I can see kind of like there is like this striation and texture. I think you could take it even further if you didn't even focus on the wood. I think just it's glass and like this, you know, really beautiful thing that kind of sits within the landscape. And then, you know, because it's easy to plan, you've pretty much done it. I mean, it's just sometimes difficult to represent. And so from that, I think what would be really helpful for us, even in your portfolio, is draw a series of like serial sections through it. So we can see like what that is. Like, you know, they require you to do 5 or whatever it is to represent those different moments in with the landscape, and like the shaft and the elevator, like how you're getting down there, like vertical circulation, and like so you can then also see where the volume that you created, how far it extends in the landscape, because it becomes like a little beacon, which is cool. And then I love how you put that clear story around that, so you're already, you know, formally celebrating it, and then you're doing it also with light. And so I think there's a lot that you can do to help clarify kind of the questions that you got asked, and then focus more on like these types of things of just like this, you know, formal celebration of like the shaft and like the mining history. That's all I got.
No, I mean, it's definitely, there's a lot here, and, you know, I think representing it, you know, as effectively as possible is your challenge. The ideas, I think we're all responding to fairly, you know, in a favorable way. There's definitely some interesting stuff going on here. So kudos on that. Just making sure that that the intent is clear, you know, to someone who hasn't been looking at it for a while.
I'm trying to do another precedent show for you a little bit, but I'm having a little bit of a hard time making it happen quickly. But I have 2 thoughts. I've been mainly agreeing with Robbie about everything. So just to be obstreperous or something, I had one idea. I mean, I do agree 100% with what he said about simplifying. And I think, to me, the kind of carbuncle that's getting in the way is the cafe. I feel like, you know, you want your main building to be that almost square that's centered over and on top of the shaft, the mine shaft. And then, you know, you have this side kind of means of entering, and that makes sense too. But I just feel like there's that whole entry sequence seems unnecessarily complicated. And maybe it's just me, and it's because it wasn't clear to me that there was exactly what was going on at that upper level. It could be drawn better, I think, but I would want to kind of pare it down. I'm also wondering if the elevator, since the elevator isn't the shaft, whether it could be buried in that wall instead of featured so prominently. I know that it is an exhibit piece, and so I understand that's why you're kind of featuring it on the outside of the building to the lower courtyard, that because you are using the mine lift, right, as your elevator. It's an open lift, isn't it? It's not like a standard elevator. Have I got it right or no?
It wouldn't exactly be the mine elevator, but it would be an open lift.
I mean, I think this piece, this protuberance is really fighting with your main, you know, kind of the party of your scheme and the central concept, and which is that mine shaft at the middle. So I'm with Robbie in the sense of I would start to maybe pare down the scheme and plan, make it a little more simplified. I also could go with Robbie about removing all the wood features, because, and what convinces me of that is that in that lower left perspective, stunning, absolutely stunning. And by the way, thank you for going through the post-processing of the V-Ray and making such beautiful perspectives. They're really convincing and persuasive. They're selling your project, which is what you want perspectives to do. And that is a really beautiful space. On the other hand, it's clear you're taken with the, you know, the kind of contrast of the two materials. And I think you are handling it well, especially on the elevator side. It's one of the reasons I want to get rid of the elevator. If you could go just to one perspective to the right, I think it's one to the right. Yeah. So like where the wood is used as almost like as a vitrine around an opening in the big concrete heavy box, it's much more, I think it's much more successful and believable to me. And for that, if you go to the right, I plopped a couple precedents. One is with wood, one's without wood. The upper three images are the Purling Path Visitor Center in Saudi Arabia by Olgiati, Swiss architect. And you know, I'm showing these just because I think you can do a lot. You can get a porous trellis, even all in a kind of a heavy concrete material. But then with the wood, I was reminded of the beautiful Middleton Inn, which is just down a bit, by Clark and Menifee Architects, where, you know, the kind of structure and the enclosing walls are all these poured in place and concrete block structures that are picking up on ruins that were there on the site before this. And then the little kind of cabinets that get inserted into those holes. And I think that is akin to what you're doing in that perspective number, whatever it is, the second one along at the bottom. So maybe you can do both. Maybe part of the building is, but what I definitely agree with Robert on is that simplifying the plan and the volumetric extent of the building, and also maybe taming the wood. So if you use it, it's really purposeful where you use it. And I think the way you're using it right here is a lot more believable to me than that big piece on the side that encloses the cafe. But that's just my take.
Right. Well, I think I just wanted to pause. I think we have to say goodbye to Seth.
Oh no.
And thank him.
Yeah. If this is a short call, I'll hop back on, but thanks for having me.
It was
overall,
great to see you, Seth.
Yeah, likewise. And a lot of nice work. So glad I got to see some of it.
Right,
appreciate it.
Thank you, Paolo.
Thank you.
Can I get it 2 minutes? I gotta grab another pair of headphones real quick.
Yeah. 2 minute break.
Sounds good.
I'll charge mine a little.
I can start sharing my thing.
Is this the last project? I think it is, right?
I think so, yeah.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay, are we
Hi,
ready?
Taylor. Yeah.
Can you see that screen share?
Yeah.
Okay, so the site of this project extends from an existing concrete slab foundation of the mining facility to the edge of the water at a forested peninsula. And from the beginning of this project, I've really been studying and diagramming past circulation and how the past roads and railroads all kind of converge at the point on the peninsula right here. And so these paths to me really bridge the industrial past with the more natural and overground setting that exists down closer to the water. And then this drawing is the diagram that shows those past railroads and paths that brought materials to the mine site and how they all converge at this point where my proposed project will lie. So for the initial partie, the project was curving walls that mimicked the path of the old railroad to kind of bridge the existing industrial slab with the overgrown peninsula down by the water. And the photograph right here shows the site that the main path of my project lies on, which is that old railroad track. So moving into the proposed project, the concept of the building is a long path that is broken up with interior and exterior spaces that create kind of a combination of outdoor and interior galleries. And this path bridges the industrial mine site that operated in the past with the more natural and overgrown peninsula down by the water's edge. A freestanding screen wraps the continuous sloping walls of the building and guides the procession towards the water, which shields and exposes the surrounding views. And the screen is more orderly spaced and rigid where it lies over the existing slab foundation. And as it moves towards the water, it begins to break down and dissolve, which kind of alludes to how nature is dissolving and overtaking the industrial history of this site. So as the visitor circulates through the building, they first experience and learn about the site's industrial history and how salt was made there and more of the industrial side. And so these buildings lie over the industrial slab. And as they move down towards the path, towards the end of the building, the galleries become about the natural history of the site and culminate in a windowed reading room that's really a spot for reflection and to kind of think back about what they learned and really experience the beautiful views of the more natural part of Jefferson Island. And so the sections show the heights change created by the continuous sloping walls. And then also there are some green spaces that are planted in these courtyards, which provide protection and coolness to the visitor and also help to absorb some of the rain shed that comes down in this climate. And then this is another section taken down on the peninsula, and it shows how that screen is more irregular and dissolving down there. And also that continues that language of increasing height. And so then the axon drawing really reinforces that screen dissolving pattern and shows how the building weaves in and out of the existing tree canopies to kind of use that shelter that they provide. And then moving to the section perspective, it really just demonstrates how the slope of the land and the path goes down really gently towards the end. And as you look at the end, you can kind of look back up and see where you came from and that gentle slope. And then this is a perspective of the courtyard outside of the cafe, which is the first building you enter. And it's showing the shelter from those continuous sloping walls that also has apertures that let you see out into the site in more of like a framed and filtered way. And then this is a perspective of the main path that leads down. And it's meant to be, and it shows the unique shadow qualities of that this screen creates. And also kind of filters the views again as you walk down. And then this last perspective is of the final reading room, which is that final resting place and the final stop on the journey. And it's meant to be a really just serene and peaceful space that just really engages the viewer, the visitor with the natural surroundings with this big picture window. We can switch to concept board now.
Yeah.
I'll start by saying like your representation is very beautiful and very concise and clear, kind of what your concept is. I also want to say that I think, this scheme is probably the most environmentally, I guess, respective in the sense that like it's an adaptive reuse of kind of what the existing, infrastructure was. And I really respect that. And then like where you touch down is like at very small points. And so I really condemn like your sensitivity to like the existing landscape, but while also using kind of the relic of the past and kind of the history.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's an extraordinarily beautifully documented scheme, thoroughly investigated scheme. There's not a lot one could say about things that might have been different, but of course I'm trying because I want to get the benefit of anything.
Yeah, so there's one thing, like, was there a requirement that there had to be pieces of it like embedded or anything like that? Because I think that could have been detrimental to kind of like the idea of like being ecologically friendly and stuff. But like, did you break that rule, or was that not a requirement?
It wasn't required that it was ever embedded. They just kind of proposed it as there's 3 ways you could have it on top, embedded, or above ground. So I kind of stuck not embedding it.
On, under, over.
On, under,
Okay,
over.
so it's like just okay. I think there's like
or
one
some
thing.
of all 3 or some of 2 or whatever. Yeah.
Right. I think so one thing formally, and kind of like if you're going off of like what the existing infrastructure is, I'm looking at where the mine shaft viewing area is. And so for me, that one bit of circulation, like, because it's like a very natural and it's very like everything's kind of encompassed. You're following the shaft and everything, or following the slab, but like you had an opportunity to potentially kind of integrate your this rigor of the slats and like this overhead experience and the path, and this like if you look at, I guess it's the industry floor plan right there, like it just kind of looks like it was an added thought. So that, I mean, like that could have been more integrated in the experience of when you're coming from the beginning to the end. That's really all.
I agree. That was honestly kind of an afterthought. I want it to be an experience, but I think it definitely could use some more development.
I think maybe you could have had it be one, but more on the site plan level. If you go to you're calling it your Part-T diagram, because it's hard to see that thing there. Yeah, I was sort of suggesting maybe it's part of your path structure, your longer path structure coming from, another part of the site. You kind of can weave around. You see the shaft, and then maybe you actually have a sort of a switchback ramp that takes you down and starts the process. There's some way I understand wanting to connect it because it's so close in plan, but it's really far in section.
Yeah.
And so if you try to get a direct access to it, you have to do this huge amount of earthwork to get near it from your level, which runs counter to I really love the idea that I was thinking at first, like, well, why doesn't this go up and down more? And then I was like, well, duh, because it's on the railroad track. And those are flat as they have to be, right, to work. And so that all makes perfect sense to me, but it also is a good reason to maybe not force yourself. I agree. I think that's a good point of criticism. Maybe you could have included it, put on your larger circulatory path. It didn't have to be accessed right from your approach courtyard. There's one thing that's kind of missing for me, and I guess it's seen most closely, I guess, in the axon or the site plan, but because of the sort of stylized way that you're drawing both of those, especially the site plan, it's sort of hard. Basically where I'm going is I'd like to see there are 4 buildings or 4 interior rooms along your path. I'd like to see them all at the same time because that is your ground floor plan. It's all of those things and the path in between. So just a kind of a dumb plan, or maybe it could be this plan, but just slice them together, the 2 below, your main plans, your 2 floor plans. Just have a super, super long drawing, and nothing wrong with that.
Break the rules. Yeah, I'm a big proponent of it. But
because I think that's partly the strength of it, is that there's it's all about the journey. It's really not about the destinations. And you have to have you know, you might think after you leave building 2 that it's over and the rest is just path until you then happen upon the next kind of piece. So I think seeing it all together, it's best when you see it all together. So I would even maybe, I don't know, I guess it's not a splice. You have a big missing central section there of path with the frames over them, right?
Mhm.
In the 2 plans, on the floor plans. But same thing
Yeah.
with the sections. I just do a massively long longitudinal section too.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I condemn you on how you know, it's sometimes hard to plan on curvilinear surfaces and like in plan actually to make usable space. But since it's so, I think you did a really good job by not making them so tight of curves, because people fail all the time by doing that. And you could actually plan spaces within this. One thing though, I guess it's like the path at the peninsula floor plan where I'm here. This, what material is that? You know, these are like minor pragmatic things. So like this material, like that hatch.
Mhm. I was thinking it would be like a paved concrete just so that it would be
Okay.
ADA accessible.
Okay, yeah, because it's very similar to this. So like it's
Yeah.
hard to differentiate. Like I almost like want this to not even have a hatch. Like this could just be, because it actually enforces your idea of the path if it's differentiated from what's happening in the landscape. It's just a little, it's very similar. I mean, these are minor things, but just the clarity of the path and like this procession to the end.
Yeah, I'm just doing tiny little suggestions, tiny little tweaks. You know, when the path diverges on one, I think it makes sense to me that the one that kind of way that it engages that what is that last space on the upper portion, the reading and archive.
The archive, the reading room.
Then you can like leave again, you know, and join the path again. I feel like the other one could be doing the same thing. That there's a way out of the Audubon book room too, you know. It could be not the preferred path, but I think something like that. Or I guess the other possibility would be to have the entry into this piece more dependent on the remaining path, so that this path really does die into this room. This one dies into this room. And then you kind of entering that room from the remaining path. One way or the other. I feel like either if you keep the path going, then it should go all the way through and out the building. If it stops and pools in a way in that room, then I think I would, you know, have the entrance point in a way be, I don't know, I'm not sure. It's a beautiful project. The other thing was I couldn't believe that you resisted the temptation to have a tiny little arc there, the remnant of the path arc on the wall as opposed to a straight line, but it's you know, these are details, tiny details, but that's kind of just how resolved your project is that we wonder about these little tiny things.
And I really think that this is like such a great, like the Audubon books are some of the most beautiful books like in the planet. And, you know, this room would be amazing. Like, you know, if you had another, you know, couple weeks, it's just like studying like how you experience, like where these books lie versus like the landscape. So like if you're standing here and you're viewing the book, but say if there's like a small window, ribbon window that you're like at eye level, that you're looking out to the landscape while you're looking down on, you know, these amazing books. I mean, they also have to be in a very sensitive environment. So I don't know if you could have that. So I mean, it's just an idea. This is a great design opportunity. I'm glad, like, I really appreciate that you've kind of incorporated or taken the time to really look at, I think, some of the pieces that are really important, which is like the reading rooms, and like, because this for me feels like kind of like a sanctuary and a great place to spend time.
Yeah, I want to compliment you. I think Robert already did, especially on your perspectives. I mean, we've seen some beautiful drawings, orthogonal, you know, orthographic, but gosh, we've seen a lot of V-Ray, and it's just so nice to see an actual, you know, thoughtful perspective with all the, it's not the first time, but it's one of the ones that I think has done it. You've done it really, really well. You've really put me on that path down those archways, you know, and reminded me of what the site looks like. And I think they're just super effective.
Thanks.
I think you probably have, I mean, like structure and pragmatics, you know, like you're probably going to have a little more, some more members and stuff that hold these things up, or, you know, on the, if you see this, like, or maybe some cross bracing or something to, you know, it's not going to be as pure as this. First hurricane, the thing's going to topple over, or some crazy kid. But no, I think it's beautiful.
You should look at, I'm not going to go get it because I don't know. Welcome, but oh God, what's his name again? The Running Fences Project in New York, the orange fences.
Oh,
I'm just having a brain moment.
What is it?
The land artist, he died recently. Oh, for heaven's sake.
Seth would probably know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, come on, he quit.
And he put him up in Central Park. They were orange. The Gates. It was actually called the Gates. Let's see. Oh, for heaven's sake. Let's see. Hang on.
You're still on Jean-Claude?
Yes.
Yeah, Jean-Claude. Yeah,
Thank you.
definitely.
Well, it's,
Yep.
yeah, it's Christo and Jean-Claude. And so those are, this your walkway reminds me of that project quite a lot. I did get to go to New York while it was still up, and it was really spectacular. And I guess my sense is if those, trying to remember what they had for cross bracing structure. I mean, they had kind of these flags at the top, but I think they were just orthogonal frames, Robbie. They must have just been
Probably had
beefy.
probably steel.
Yeah, steel. Yeah.
I'll look that
All
up.
right. Well, I think we could transition maybe to just general comments. Thank you, Kayla. It's the
Thank
last
you.
presentation of the fall semester second year. So I'd like to just see if you have any overall comments or reflections before I let you all go.
I think like, I mean, I'll start. I think like what you guys accomplished and like this, I don't know how you could have done it because I mean, I went to Tulane, I did the 5-year program, and second year, you know, it's always kind of like a struggle because you've had 2 studios, whatever. And I think this is their third because you guys lost so much. You've done a pandemic, you have hurricanes. Like I never had anything, you know, like that when I was at Tulane. And the resolution that all of you have come like accomplished with this project is very, very admirable. And all the projects were great. And I commend you for the fact that you guys got through it and didn't quit. And because architecture school is already hard enough. And I think how you guys pushed through is pretty amazing. One thing, you know, it's that I'm always going to push on people is like really think about how you represent your project. And like, I mean, I think I learned a lot when I worked for Charles is when you get into the real world and construction documents and all of those really complicated things, is like really how you tell your story. And we have to tell a story when you get into the real world about literally like with a piece of document, like a huge pieces of paper, like the set we're about to print is almost 1,000 pages. And like the contractor has to kind of be able to follow it. And if it's a complex thing, and in your guys' case, like, yeah, it's you own this, it's you know, with, you know, Charles or whoever your professor is, but really ask them the question of like, what's the best way for me to tell my story? You know, is it in section? Is it related to site? Have a larger site plan, have like something that really tells a story of your project, because there are requirements, sure. But if you go in above and beyond, or if you have a different level of scope, but you're justifying it by telling the concept of your project, I think it goes a long way, especially for us when we're seeing these for the first time. You know, Wendy's probably seen it a couple times. Charles has been seeing it throughout the semester. You know, Seth and I, we were like, you know, we have to wrap our head around this as fast as possible to be able to give you, you know, really kind of concise comments. And so that can be difficult. So I think it's something you can strive for, you know, in school, because it's going to happen out of school. And that's the only, you know, you're going to still get questions, but as long as you can be concise, it's like the best way, and then tell the story. And it can be in tons of different mediums. So that's my advice to you guys as you move forward.
Yeah, I mean, I echo some of those things. And by telling the story, I mean, to be more specific, I'll use a specific example. In the last project we saw, and some of you, I think, a number of you did a really good job with this, but to use that as an example, that photograph, Kayla, that you took of the railroad tracks that you saw on the site, we can trace all the way back to the origin of the inspiration that happened. I mean, for some people it was the salt dome, and for some people it was the salt mine levels down below, and for some people it was something else. But for you, that those railroad tracks are the kind of scarring of the former railroad tracks. But you tell us that. You don't even need to say it, right? Because it's there, just that one photograph. So the narrative is super important, remembering what you're doing and reinforcing that with every drawing, every photograph that you include. The dog is going wild, so I want to mute myself, but you all know it's been an amazingly challenging semester. I don't need to tell you that. And my compliment to you all is just sort of one portion of this whole class. Y'all are a great class, really a good class. I'm telling you. I mean, I think that in some ways, if we'd been through all we've been through, and as a group, you weren't as dedicated and smart and getting the bigger picture, there's a wisdom aspect there too, a maturity level, and just kind of goodwill, good human citizenship. I mean, the whole thing could have fallen apart. I mean, I can see, I was, when we had the fifth thing, the electrical fire or whatever, I'm just thinking, we're going to lose them, we're going to lose their trust, and they're just going to start to not care anymore. And you never did, you never did. You kept coming back and picking yourselves up and brushing yourselves off and giving all of the heart and effort to your projects, as we would always like to see and that we would expect, but through a lot of ridiculous obstacles. So I compliment you all on that. You have a great class, so be resources for each other and keep up the good spirits. It's like 90% of the game.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, we like from the professional perspective, it's it was such unknown, and everyone just had to support themselves, and like to be able, like my firm is big enough that we could work across the coast and stuff like that. And so it's about flexibility, and resilience, listening to one another, helping one another when you feel down, because like at the end of the day, you guys are always going to be able to learn from one another, and it happens, it's a life lesson that what you guys are getting now, it sucks. I mean, like, but it could happen again when you're working, and to have a positive attitude and to continue on like with great work and keeping that motivation and not getting down, or not shutting out the world or the people that you work with, and really supporting them is really important. And you guys already have it, so but keep doing that, because you never know if it's going to come up 5 years from now, 10 years from now.
It will. It's just what form will it take?
Exactly.
That's like speaking as an old person who's been through many bumps and scrapes. And I mean, it's coming. It's just, it probably won't be in the same form, but
right.
Yeah.
It's just this, be resilient.
Well,
and cheerful. Keep your spirits up.
Let's end on that. Cheering resilience.
Yes.
Thank y'all, Robert.
It's great to see you, Robert. Great to see you, students.
Great to see you guys.
Great work,
Awesome.
Charles.
So much.
Great.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Y'all hang on for
Mwah.
1 second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want me to leave?
Yes. Get out of
All
here.
right. Thank God.
Thank you.
You guys. How do I get out of here?
All right. Great work, y'all. Congratulations, for real. I really enjoyed the semester. I'm gonna just kind of keep it short and sweet. I'd like to hear if y'all have any thoughts on today, how the reviews went. Happy, neutral, tired, just out of gas.
I think they went good. The comments were very like they were critical whenever they needed to be, but I also think they also had like a very positive outlook on this.
Yeah, I think that's a.
I thought it was
great
funny when Redfield said to get our money's worth, she had to be critical. It's like everyone wants to hear positive things about their work, but what we're paying for is criticism, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's, typically, I think critics definitely seem to tend more towards not commenting on all the things that are really successful, and focusing on the other things. Sometimes that's helpful, sometimes maybe not so much, but I do think, a lot of the, I think there are some advantages to the very short and concise presentation. So I hope this was also just another good exercise in you all working on a script. Like at Cameron's, I think you were like, I clocked you like right at 2 minutes, and you can say a lot in 2 minutes, and then you really just kind of open it up for discussion, because it can, I think, the conversation, the more you can curate on the front end, and like they were saying, and I think like we've talked about a lot in the past, being able to like highlight and focus on certain things, which I was thinking of it as just really like prioritizing, because the like next semester is going to be a lot more complex than this. I think it's the housing studio, I believe. So you definitely got to make sure and prioritize to make sure you have a site plan. I think all things considered, with all the great work, I did expect to see a little bit more of a diagrammatic tie back to some of the site plans. I'd probably be pretty rich if I had $1 for every time Wendy was trying to figure out a greater site context. However, I did also make a conscientious decision, I think, as a professor, for us to focus a little bit more on, or pick a thing to focus on. And if that was a significant site feature, we focused on it. If it was a tectonic exploration or a plan exploration, we focused on that. So in some cases, it was kind of just a function on how we decided to prioritize, I think, some of the projects. Well, that's it. I guess we have to clean out studio. So if you don't clean the section, I'm gonna have to clean the section. So just make sure that y'all can handle that. If you're already gone, coordinate with someone. Let's just make sure it's not that difficult, just to make sure that our section is spotless. Otherwise, I think I would like to try and schedule like it's not like an exit interview, but I think I would like to try and at least offer up an end of semester discussion similar to what we had around the midterm as well, if that sounds good to you all. Okay. Well,
what day is the, I'm sorry to interrupt, but what day is the clean out have to be done?
I think initially it was for Friday, but I think we were trying to push for it to be done like today, knowing that some people may be leaving, traveling early with the new university adjustment. So I'd say before the end of the day Friday, we should be fully clean. So I can trust you all to handle that. I'll be on reviews all day Friday. Okay.
Sounds good.
Well, I will see you all later. Hope to stay in touch too after we talk. As you move further and further into career, I really look forward to seeing how you all grow in the program.
Thank you.
Adios.